All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and for waiting patiently, as always, for the intro to finish up. I hope everybody's doing well today. It is August 29th. Lost Soul Aside is out today. We're going to be talking about this game a little bit. Chase, you thought the Ghost of Yote firearm gameplay looked solid? Dama the Dragoon, what's up, man? Mepsic, long time no see, buddy. Irfin, how's it going, man? I'm doing well. The Universal Gamer, a member for 25 months, says, "What's up, MBG? Got my milestone this time. I'm glad to see it. I'm glad to see it. You've been waiting. You've been waiting, Universal Gamer. Appreciate the long time support. Being a member for 25 months definitely helps the channel, allows me to do what I do here. Lux, you're saying a new report on Gen Alpha, younger gamers. 93% of them prefer playing mobile, don't identify as gamers, but players of particular games like Fortnite, Roblox. Yeah, I mean, I can only hope, Lux, that I'm not gaming. Like, when I say not gaming, I mean I'm going to basically be a retro gamer, right? Like, I'm not keeping up because, yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. It doesn't surprise me at all, man. I just saw that Roblox broke an all-time record for concurrent users, blowing past Steam at like 47 million users at one time. And I'm like, what? 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 Like, what's going on? Um, I just, when the kids who are growing up right now playing, Roblox and stuff like that, when they take over, I'll be much older and I'll probably just be a retro gamer at that point, I mean, what else am I going to do? Am I going to embrace Roblox? I could do that now. Come a Roblox channel. Probably blow up. Um, Planet Clippy, thank you for that vital piece of history that you're sharing with us. Mepsic, you're saying been grinding. I was 240 pounds. Now I'm 215 pounds. I had to take a break from everything. Hope all is well. Well, congratulations, man. That's good shit. Yeah, it's not easy to lose weight like that, and it takes a lot of work, a lot of hard work, a lot of discipline. And I totally hear you. You're saying you had to take a break from everything. Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough, but keep it going. Tarnished, what's going on? You think that these kids are going to outgrow Roblox at some point? Hmm. Yeah, I don't know where they go after that. You know, I don't know where they go. Because the thing about Roblox is that you can make games on it. You know what I'm saying? So, like, any type of game that they might want, somebody probably made. I don't know. The future's looking interesting, to say the least. It's unpredictable, but it's looking interesting. Uh, no, not now. I'll do it and I'll save it. Digital dude. Damn. Yeah, so I was contemplating whether or not I was going to do a stream today, but I figured, you know what? There are at least a couple of things that I'm interested in talking about. There's not a whole lot going on with PlayStation right now, but we are finding out that Ghost of Yotei has gone gold. We got a little bit of new gameplay. And then also Lost Soul Aside released today. And man, there's some weird stuff going on with Lost Soul Aside, let me tell you. Um, the reception so far is very mixed. Apparently, it features some of the worst voice acting that we've ever heard, which I'm excited to share with you guys. Some people are enjoying it, though. There is a free demo. But, you're saying you played the Lost Soul Side demo. It's not for you. And we're also going to be talking about Resident Evil 9. I firmly believe that Capcom is directly hinting. I think Capcom is directly hinting at a Leon reveal. And we'll go over that. I'll talk about that. Um, but yeah, it's been very slow in these parts. Eurogamer gave it a 40. Oh man. Hold on. Is the Metacritic out? Let me check now. Eurogamer, as of right now, is the only review, and it gave it a 4 out of 10. Eurogamer says, it's Eurogamer Germany, by the way. They say a flashy and demanding character action game with challenging boss fights and plenty of combo freedom, but undermined by a generic story, shallow characters, and even polish. Fans of precise, skill driven combat may enjoy its encounters. Everyone else will likely struggle to look past its flaws. Well, that's a yikes. Push Square has not given a score, but they say here we're torn on Lost Soul aside. On one hand, it's a very intricately made action game full of interesting combat dynamics backed by an impressive degree of player expression. But on the other, it's a pseudo RPG with a really poor story, crappy characters, wow, and and a very forgettable world. Right now, it's looking like a cautious recommendation for action aficionados, but we'll have to see how the rest of the package shakes out. So the review is still in progress. Jeez, man. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. MBG, did you see the video on Kind of Funny with the interview with the person who plays the main character in Ghost of Yote? No. Is there anything interesting that came out of it? Like, is there anything that's worth covering with it? So, what I don't understand about Lost Soul Aside is if it's really this bad, if it's this bad, why did Sony commit so hard to it? You know? Why did they commit so hard to it if it's this bad? Something weird's going on here. What's up, Cleefist? Tarnished, you're saying Lost Soul Aside looked exactly how I imagined it to be. It looked like it doesn't have a coherent gameplay and level design. Combat is very boring. Enemies don't even attack. I swear they wait for you. Sheesh, man. Well, Ryan, it seems like it's not just performance that people are having a problem with. It seems like a lot of people are pointing out that the characters are very uninteresting. The story is boring and generic, and it's not a well polished game. It seems like the only good thing about the game, it just based off of what I'm seeing, like what I'm hearing, is the combat. So if like you're somebody who's really into like action based, fast paced action based games, you might get something out of this. But if you're going into it for anything else, it seems like it's just a no go. Um, and I'm just surprised. I'm just surprised because it's like I don't know why Sony would. I mean, Sony's canceled games that were like clearly would be better than Lost Soul Aside over less. So I'm not sure. Maybe it's because it's part of the China Hero project. They want to give studios. They want to like, they don't want to scare off studios. Maybe it could be that. MBG, are you excited? Gummy Bears is entering pre-alpha testing. I'm very excited, Lux. I can't wait. No, I mean, I know I'm a cynic towards games like that, but I'll give it a fair chance. I have some trepidation, but I'll give it a fair chance. We'll see what happens. We'll see what it ends up being. Maybe people will like it. Maybe it will be a fun game, But I'm still a little bit nervous. Can't say I'm excited. Digital Dude always looked weird to you. Irfan, well, that's the thing. Yeah. It started as a game being developed by one person, then it turned into a small team. It seems like really Sony tried to get behind it and be like, this is a AAA game. Be excited. Yeah, it's worth noting that Project Gummy Bears, that is just the code name. Makes you wonder what the actual name of the game is going to be. Gummy Bears. Maybe that's just what they'll call it. It's everything but AAA MBG. Zeph Zero says Lost Souls combat feels like a worse Final Fantasy 16. Sadly, it's bad though. Well, okay, you're saying, I don't know if you're trying to say it's not as bad though, but you're saying just slightly lacking compared. Is that what I said, Lux? I'm sorry. It must be because Digital Dude's here. What's he doing? MBG, if Sony didn't help the developers, it wouldn't have made it out. I mean, look, if you've been following me for a little while now, at least for the past couple of months, I've said, like, you know, the combat looks like it could be pretty good in this game, and I like some of the stuff they're showing. It has potential. But I've also expressed multiple times how I'm kind of, I don't know, there's something about this game. I just have this like hunch, you know, I have this feeling like is this game going to be a mega flop? Like that, I know that sounds brutal, but that's like basically what I was asking myself. Is this game going to be an aggressive flop? And I think what I was trying to figure out is not necessarily if it was going to flop or not, because I'll be honest, like I could kind of tell like with the lack of marketing and just nobody really talking about it. I was like, okay, I don't think it's going to do well. But the question I really had is like, would that be fair though? Like, is this actually a sleeper hit? Is this actually a really good quality game? Something that, you know, maybe doesn't deserve to flop. But hearing so many people give their feelings on the demo and, you know, with these early reviews coming out, it's just like, oh my God, man. And I got to show you guys this with Lost Soul side. Hold on. I got to show you this. I mean, this is crazy. Let's see if it'll let me bring it up. This should be enough room. Hold on one sec. Apparently the voice acting is like crazy in this game, dude. So before I bring it up, it says, with the long-awaited Lost Soul side now available worldwide, be sure to read our review in progress for an early verdict on the game. Some scattered clips of the English localization are beginning to go viral on social media. It should be noted that this title has been developed by a small team within China, and thus is likely better experienced in its native Mandarin. However, the clips are far too amusing not to share. And so, let's see, hold on. It's cut off a little bit. Let me make sure my audio is on though. It's real. It's that, dude. I know. It seems fake. That's real. That's real, man. Dude, that is, holy shit. That is crazy, bro. Like the girl screaming is even worse. She's like, ah. I think it was a dude. I don't even think that was actually a chick. They had like a dude trying to sound like a chick screaming. I need that to be a soundbite on the channel. Dude, Venino, I'm not kidding. No, this is real. When I first saw this, I was looking into it. I'm like, that's 100% fake. That's made up. That's not real. But no, that is apparently 100% real. Lost Isley, you're saying Metal Gear Delta is the #1 seller on Steam on the sales charts right now. Doesn't sound like a flop. Yeah, I'm torn on it, you know? On one hand, I'm happy to see it doing well because it means we'll get more. It's just a shame that it has to succeed, you know, under the circumstances of knowing that it has a lot of performance problems and they need to optimize. I will say I was playing it last night again, relaxed. You know, I'm relaxing. I'm like, you know, I'm going to play some Metal Gear Delta because I'm still been trying to play Death Stranding 2, get the platinum, and you know, I'm like, this does look really good. Like it's got the frame issues. I'm like back and forth with it a little bit. You know what I mean? It's just too good. It's too good, dude. Oh my god. I just want to spend the rest of the stream replaying that. I know. It's just gonna live in my head now. Holy shit. I think that might have to be a new soundbite, bro. Instant classic. There's another funny one though here. It's not. I don't think this one's as good, but it says this other clip is from a cutscene later in the game. It also raises a smile as it shows a character literally kicking a child across the floor. You know what? I can't play this. I'm sorry. I actually can't play this. This clip could break YouTube's terms of service, and that happened to me already. Oh, I'm sorry. Shit. I didn't. You can get an idea, though. You can get an idea. No, I can't even post it for members only, Mepsic. I did this with a members lounge a couple months ago, and something similar involving, you know, kids. And it was an AI generated video for like Harry Potter, you know, and their kids in the first movie, and I got it just like broke YouTube's terms of service, and I'm like, oh yeah, wow, that was a fucking close one. I saw the clip, and I'm certain I would get in trouble for playing it. Basically, this dude just kicks a kid across across the road, bro. Like he just straight up like runs at this kid and kicks him. Like just straight up, like he goes flying. It's a little kid. Like it's crazy. What is this game, bro? Well, I can't show you that. I can at least play this again. It's the end. It's the ending of it. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. Holy shit. That's going to have to be a soundbite. Absolutely. That's beautiful. If this is the only good thing that comes out of Lost Soul's side, it was worth it. It was worth the 10 years, bro. Holy shit. All right. Well, yeah, Lost Soul side's looking kind of spooky. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. It's looking kind of spooky. I'm checking to see if 10 years for a soundbite, bro. The Witcher 4 might have online multiplayer. I actually wouldn't be too surprised by that, right? Because I think CD Projekt Red has um they've expressed numerous times that they want to do something in multiplayer. Didn't they have like a dedicated mode or a dedicated multiplayer something for or not for Cyberpunk that was in development? Oh, guys, we have a new Herman Hulst interview. We have been blessed with a new Herman Hulst interview, bro.
This is an incredibly exciting time for PlayStation.
Let me see. At least I think it's new. I'm pretty sure it's new. Um, this is coming from the only thing that drives me crazy about Zubitech sometimes is he doesn't source. Well, let me see. Where is this coming from? Okay. I'm assuming this is new because Zubitech just posted it, and it says Sony Interactive Entertainment / PlayStation Studio Business Group CEO Herman Hulst interview. I don't want to deal with this. Hold on. It is new. He just posted on. Oh, okay. So it is new. Herman, have you heard of Horizon Hulst? mm. That's a great. That's the perfect name for Herman, bro. It's a lot of H's. Herman, what do you mean you've never heard of Horizon Hulst? All right, let's see what Herman has to say. Okay. So Herman Hulst says, I've never started out with the idea I'll become the CEO of the largest game company in the world, but I'm someone who dives in and keeps digging. I'm proud of the games industry, and I can't do this. I can't do it, man. I was going to try to read it in his voice, but I don't think I can do it. It's a lot. It's a lot of reading in Herman's voice. All right, hold on. Get it together. Get it together. I'll try again. Herman, bring me the Horizon Holst. But I'm someone who dives in and keeps digging. I'm proud that the game industry has matured and that I can contribute to that. When we started, it was pioneering. Now it's a mature sector, bigger than the film and music industries combined. And developing a game takes 5 years, roughly 200 million euros, and is made by hundreds of people. The bar is high. Games have to be technically brilliant, fun to play, and emotionally moving. Story experience, originality, that makes it a wonderful medium and a fantastic challenge. Yeah, I can't quite do the Dutch. I'm trying. I can't really do. I can't really do the Dutch accent. I think I get like I can mimic his voice like just a hair, you know. Bro, this is crazy. I'm trying to actually read this interview in Herman Hulst's voice. What are we doing? What are we doing, man? PlayStation greatness. Just do the Arnold voice. Arnold Herman, bro. Arnold Hulst. I should probably actually try to read it though. Like I am curious what he has to say. It's probably just how much you would have bet it's just a whole lot of nothing. It's probably just a whole lot of nothing, you know. I have the cadence down at least. All right, I'll read it for real though. Let's see if Herman actually has anything interesting to say. Let me start over. Boss, bro, no, I just gave you treats and we didn't even get any members. Come on, man. You got to go. No. No. Go on your chair. Go lay down. There you go. All right. Let's try again. He says, I never started out with the idea I'll become the CEO of one of the largest game companies in the world, but I am someone who dives in and keeps digging. I'm proud that the game industry has matured and that I can contribute to that. When we started, it was pioneering. Now it's a mature sector, bigger than the film and music industries combined, and developing a game takes 5 years, roughly 200 million euros, and is made by hundreds of people. The bar is high. Games have to be technically brilliant, fun to play, and emotionally moving. Story experience, originality, that makes it a wonderful medium and a fantastic challenge. My work has remained exactly the same, but there has been a change in the management structure. After Jim Ryan's departure, a dual CEO structure was established with Hideaki Nishino and myself. We jointly reported to the chairman, Hiroki Totoki. This year, Nishino-san was appointed president and CEO of the company. I remain CEO of the studio business, and Nishino is my ultimate boss. This is a good structure for both of us. What's even the point in saying this stuff? Mepsic, longtime member for 50 months, says, am I the only one excited for Lego Batman Dark Knight? Absolutely not. People are very excited about that game. That was like the game of the show for Gamescom, dude. So, hell yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Herman Hulst continues. Last year, our Tokyo-based studio Team Asobi won all the major awards with their game Astrobot. There's something inherently focused on quality and innovation in Japanese culture, but every studio has its own soul. Creativity only flourishes when you give designers free rein, allowing them to be authentic. Wouldn't it be strange if I stopped playing my own games? I still enjoy them. I play Astrobot like crazy, and with a game like Ghost of Tsushima, I finished the entire game and earned all the trophies. I love the storylines and landscapes and the dialogue, but I'm not exclusively a gamer. I also enjoy reading and art house films. Yo, I gotta say, that's news to me. Like, I always kind of figured that Herman Hulst was a gamer, you know, but if he's straight up saying he's been playing Astrobot, he got all the, he's like flexing. He's like, yeah, I got the platinum for Ghost of Tsushima. What? That's pretty, all right. That's pretty cool. So got to give a little bit of respect there. He says here, last year we had to pull the plug on Concord. Oh my God, he just randomly pulls out Concord. Last year we had to pull the plug on Concord shortly after its launch. Too few people were playing, and the game wasn't distinctive enough in a very crowded field. Naturally, that's a huge disappointment for everyone who worked so hard on its development. It's important to fully understand what went wrong and ensure the organization learns from it immediately. That capacity for learning is wonderful to witness. I believe that as a leader in an organization, you also have a responsibility to provide a positive perspective. I'm an optimist. We've been using it for years. The games industry is often at the forefront of new technology. In Gran Turismo in 2022, we already had a mode where you played against an AI agent. I'm assuming this is him answering about AI. AI helps us remove less engaging, repetitive work from humans, creating more space and time to try out new things. But AI doesn't replace humans. Actors like Ashley Birch, who play Aloy from Horizon, bro, he actually name dropped Horizon in this interview. Oh my God. Who plays Aloy from Horizon, adds something you can't and don't want to simulate, not just with their voice, but also through their movements and feedback on the story and dialogue. That human touch makes the game better. AI is very important to us, but it won't replace all the craftsmanship. And that's it. That's the entire post from Zubitech, and I'm assuming that's the entire. That was a whole. What is the point of these interviews, bro? Like, the biggest thing I learned here, which is not the worst thing, but the biggest thing I learned is that apparently Herman Hulst plays Astrobot a lot and got the platinum for Ghost of Tsushima. I don't know. I mean, yeah, he is talking about the story side. I mean, my take on this is it's basically a reiteration of what he's been saying, of what Sony's been saying. You think an attempt to humanize Herman? You think they've been seeing? They're like, man, we gotta help Herman and his reputation, bro. He's been hurting. Bro's still on the beach. He's still on the beach. Well, yeah, I would have hoped for a little bit more. And we have MVP Moss coming in, surprising us with 5 memberships gifted. MVP Moss, thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Man.
Appreciate it.
I really got to get that Lost Soul soundbite, bro. Thank you so much for the 5 memberships gifted. I will add that to the counter. And yeah, if you guys want to help support the channel or support the community, you can do so by becoming a member, gifting memberships, super chats, direct donations. These are all ways in which you can support directly. I'm fully fan funded, as you know. So you guys make it possible. Thank you so much for that. He says, gotta start it off. Good stuff, man. Khalifist, you're saying stated play coming soon. I can smell it. 2nd or 3rd week of September. Yeah, that's what we're hearing. I mean, there is like this small part of me that's still hoping it's going to be a showcase. You're saying Herman pioneered the Decim engine. Put some respect on his name. To be honest, I do think Herman gets maybe too much shit. Like, if I'm being like totally real about it, only because like he's been in the games industry since like the early 2000s. He founded Guerrilla Games. He's responsible for a lot of the Killzone games. He's responsible for the Decim engine. He's responsible for Horizon, for better or for worse. You know, whether you like Horizon or not, can't deny that it's a big franchise. And, you know, apparently he does play games. But that is the thing, Chase. You're saying, stop. Herman loved Concord. You know, yeah, it's stuff like that that makes you kind of concerned, right? About like, I'm curious to see what else we get from Sony. You know, is he more hated than Jim at this point? I don't think he's at that level. No, not yet. He says he learned, but we have to see. Yeah. I mean, it's in my opinion, it's difficult to truly judge Herman Hulst as the head of PlayStation Studios, mainly because so much, the bulk of what we've received up till this point is stuff that he didn't really have much to do with. I think Intergalactic is his. I think he's the one that gave the green light to Naughty Dog for Intergalactic. I think Saros is his. I think he's the one who gave the green light to Saros. But you think about things like God of War Ragnarok, the Horizon sequel, Spider-Man 2, even Ghost of Yote, even things like Astrobot. I mean, Astrobot, I would say, is his, probably, right? Like, Astrobot shipped with the PS5, so, or Astro's Playroom, so Astrobot would have had to have been greenlit after that, so we can give him the credit for that. And yeah, Fizzant with Kojima Productions. Just Death Stranding in general, he certainly played a huge role in seeing that become a thing. So, you know, I do think that Herman has proven that he knows gaming, you know, he knows his stuff, but maybe his fatal flaw, if not fatal, but just his major flaw is that, I mean, let's face it, sometimes people have, you know, they like bad games. We're all human, you know, it happens. I'm sure there are games you played that people would consider bad that you're like, actually, I thought it was pretty good. In this case, maybe unfortunately for Herman, that game was Concord. We're going to find out. I mean, I think most of Herman's judgment, I think, is going to come around a year or two after the PS6 launch. That's my guess, because everything we start to see from this point forward, it's not Shuhei Yoshida anymore. So much of what we've seen up to this point came from Shuhei Yoshida, came from the previous leadership. So, you know, it's Concord is definitely a black mark, I would say. That's like a permanent mark or whatever on his track record. And he seems to understand that. Like you know, he keeps talking about Concord and how much they've learned from it and whatnot. Um, so he seems to have an I'm sure he was probably like, "What the fuck, bro?" His bubble was burst. Um, but there is a potential flip side to that, right? Where it's like now he's probably now more than ever he's probably going to question, like, how sure am I that this is the next big thing? Maybe I need to do a little bit more reconnaissance or whatever, or a little bit more research, a little bit more due diligence before I feel so sure about that. The problem with Concord, in my opinion, is how sure Sony and Herman and everybody else just seem to themselves without any other input. Where it's like, how does this game like this make it this far and nobody stopped and said, guys, I don't think anybody's gonna give a shit about this game. Like, how did nobody stop them and say that? And what we heard from the rumor mill, we don't know if it's true or not, but it sounds like it could be true. What we heard is that internally at Fire Sprite or Firewalk, sorry, Firewalk, at that studio and surrounding this project management, there was like this toxic positivity where like you couldn't be that person that said, guys, you couldn't be that person. That person simply wasn't allowed to exist. And that is why when I talk about Concord, I always refer to this as a game that was designed and built and developed in a bubble. And even from a leadership perspective. And hopefully Herman seeing that bubble burst in such spectacular fashion, seeing a failure on that level, it's like, yeah, I don't see how you could ever make that mistake again. And that's why things like Fair Games, Project Gummy Bears, Marathon, I'll be honest, the whole Bungie thing seems like a flop. That's just a whole upper management. That's a Sony thing. Where like Sony in general just fucked up with Bungie. Where it's like, what are you thinking? Right? Um we don't know exactly what Project Gummy Bears is. No, we just know that it's gonna be a more family friendly party type game, seemingly. Uh, I I I don't I don't imagine the response is gonna be too positive, even if it looks decent. I don't know, man. I think Sony desperately wants to break out into different directions, in different genres of games. But I think that they're just struggling because it's like, dude, you you've made a name for yourself, and it's not a bad name, but the name that you've made is you make big single player cinematic games and open world games, and you make new IPs, and you know what I mean, in that genre. Um, you know, it's wise of Sony to want to diversify. It's wise of them to want to diversify. If you were running Sony, you would want to do that because it's like you're probably going to need to. You can't just keep doing the same exact thing. Um, but even then, like I don't know. I see, people are acting like they're just burnt out on PlayStation. They're burnt out on sequels. They're burnt out on the IP that Sony has continued to try to grow. That's how people are acting anyway. That's what I see. Even seeing the way people are acting towards something like Ghost of Yote, where it's like you would think we got 5 Ghost of Tsushima type games already with the way people are acting. You would think we got 5 of them, and we only had 1. You could make the argument that because there are other games that are like it, it makes it feel like we got 5 of those games, but we really didn't, not from Sony anyway. So just there could be genre burnout in general. I think that there are problems that Sony has, and I'm not completely sold on the idea that Herman is the right person. But I'm still trying to keep some faith, you know? I want to believe he can live up, you know? Saying there's a new Ghost of Yote trailer. Let me go check it out. Hold on. Well, actually, I have this one up here. We'll watch the one from yesterday, and then I'll bring up the new one. Hold on one sec while I get it set up here.
Get them! I don't know how to kill. It's the audio!
Bro, I love how the wolf just shows up at the end like, okay, I'm here. Yeah, the firearms look fun. The only thing that looks a little bit awkward, in my opinion, is the reload. I understand they have to keep it accurate. So, like, the reload's going to take a little bit. But it seems like the way that they decided to handle that is they create, like, a slowdown effect where the world around you slows down, but your reload animation goes really fast. That's a pretty smart way to handle it, I would say. But it does look a little funny. But yeah, man. Looks great. Can't wait. I really don't need to see any more, but you know, if Sony wants to keep showing more, apparently there's another new gameplay trailer too. Hold on, let me see. Saying PlayStation just uploaded it. Wait. I'm not seeing it. Are you guys sure? And Pablo Ray, thank you for using your milestone there. Letting me know that you've been a member for 2 months. I appreciate that, buddy. You don't have to do the slow-mo. Oh, you guys were talking about the one. Okay. You're talking about the one we just watched. All right, my bad. I thought for some reason you guys were saying that they released another new one today. I'm sure they'll have more. Just kind of scattered. Hold on one sec. Well, I mean, how are we liking the gameplay or the combat trailers that they're showing? How are we feeling about them? Where am I at in Delta? I'm taking it very slow. I restarted the game. I'm taking it very slow. I just got to the pain now. That's the thing that I had when I streamed it that day and I was playing it for the first time. I kind of forgot how this game is I don't want to say supposed to be played, but it kind of feels like there is a right way to play it. And I had to like slow the F down. I was basically playing MGS3 like an action game. It's been so many years since I played it, and so you know I was getting like reacquainted with the mechanics and slowing it down, and you know approaching each area and approaching each guard is like, you know, there may only be 3 guards in this area, but I need to take each one seriously. I need to try not to get alerted, you know. And I I can't say for certain yet if I'm gonna platinum this game, only because I know that one of the trophies is you have to get a Foxhound ranking. And if I recall, that is not easy. Getting a Foxhound ranking is extremely difficult, and you have to basically be like perfect stealth. You have to know this game, enemy movement, enemy patterns. I mean, you got to know it all like the back of your hand. You basically got to be like Big Boss. So right now, I'm just taking it slow, thoroughly searching each area. The trophy guide has it at a 5 out of 10. Really? Maybe it's not as difficult as I recall, or maybe there's some kind of trick to it. But yeah, man, I'm enjoying it. I'm really enjoying it. It's good to be back to Metal Gear. And I'm gonna just do my first playthrough, and then after that, I'm probably gonna start doing other cleanup playthroughs to get the collectibles, and we'll see if I can end up getting the platinum for this game. But I'm also looking forward to the multiplayer whenever that's coming out. I'm assuming it'll be like October or something, November maybe. Hopefully, it won't be too long. The weapon versatility is going to be fun. I could clean outposts constantly in Ghost on harder lethal mode. Nate Fox said they fully implemented the DualSense features, so I imagine it will feel even better to play than it looks. Yeah, that's going to be exciting. No, I didn't get to that part yet, Nobinzer. I forget. How do you make that happen? Didn't they say that Platinum Games completely redid that sequence or something? Which is crazy. Do I plan to play the Ape Escape minigame? They also revamped the Guy Savage level. Yeah, that's what I saw, that they actually got Platinum Games to redo that. Yeah, I'm probably gonna play the Ape Escape section. I'm just taking my time with it, you know. Keep in mind, I'm still trying to platinum Death Stranding 2. To give you an update on that, I still am working on those last 2 trophies. I think I have 36 out of 42. 35 or 36 out of 42 facilities 5-star. And you guys were not kidding. Many of you guys told me you're going to want to work on Mr. Impossible. You're going to want to work on the adventure because these guys are going to take forever. And you weren't kidding. I keep doing deliveries for these annoying ass people, and it just moves like, you know, like I'm still not at 5 stars. I'm like, okay, I don't know why this is taking so long. I did not get. I'm assuming I haven't triggered the final Mr. Impossible mission yet. I'm assuming I haven't triggered it, and I'm close to triggering it because it didn't give me the option. I have like 4.5 stars, so I got to be like right there. Yeah, that's what drives me nuts. There's a real time cooldown of like, I think it's 6 or 8 hours. I think it's 6 hours before you can do other missions. And I still have all of. I want to ask you guys, for those who did platinum, for those who did platinum, Death Stranding 2, how easy is it to 5-star the facilities in Mexico? Because I'm not gonna lie, like I'm like, dude, what the like, I'm so burnt out at this point. Like, it's very easy. Okay, all right, that's reassuring because I still have all those to do, but well, that's gonna be a relief then. Yeah, because it's absolute torture trying to get 5 stars for the adventure and Mr. Impossible. So that's very reassuring. I was like, bro, if any of these facilities in Mexico are gonna give me a hard time, I don't know. Just hire some subs or members to beat it for you. Nah, I would never want to do that. Yeah, the only other trophy I need other than 5-starring all the facilities are Um, I think I need like it says I need to get an S rank on certain mission types, and I think I have like 6 more. I'm assuming they're like destruction missions of some kind. Um, yeah, there's no honor in that MRPD, but it's interesting. I've been playing Death Stranding 2 alongside Metal Gear Solid Delta, and it's really interesting, man, because like it's interesting to play a Kojima game that came out in 2004 while simultaneously playing his latest game that came out this year, and there is something very similar between them. Not like, oh, Death Stranding feels like Metal Gear, or it's not like that. What feels similar is there's like a pacing to it. I don't know what it is, but Kojima's games, they have, it almost feels like he wants you to kind of move slowly in a sense. Like, I don't know if I'm explaining that correctly, but he wants you to just kind of like it feels like his games have like a major focus on patience and focus, and because of that you're going to be moving at a certain cadence. Because I noticed as I'm playing Metal Gear Solid 3, I'm like, why does it feel so similar to Death Stranding in a way? Yeah, I mean, the big difference is there's a lot of cutscenes in MGS3. Yeah, that I think that's how they're meant to be played. Because I played, for those of you who watched me play Metal Gear Solid 3 on stream, you saw I was kind of like rushing through it. I couldn't. This is why I don't like to stream games that often, because I'm like half there. I'm just winging it. I don't stream. See, it's because I don't know why, but I had like this feeling like if I were to stream games the way I actually play them, I feel like people would get bored. Like, because I'm very methodical. I'm usually very slow, and I just, like I said, I just kind of savor it. Like I'm playing MGS3 this time. I'm like, I will lay in this grass for as long as it takes for this guard to walk all the way around. And then I will slowly walk up to him and subdue him. And then I will take the next 5 minutes to look around the area and see if there's anything I missed. I love playing games that way. Yeah, maybe I just gotta get used to it. Savor it like a fine whiskey. I'm constantly looking at the model viewer of Snake for education reasons. Dude, I think they nailed the characters, man. I mean, the graphics
Colt
are
Hey
incredible.
Fruit Nugget, don't ever put her skittle fingers on HD2 again. Go juice off to your Phil Spencer shrine until her lover Jez Corden arrives home.
It's crazy that Rich Rod can just interrupt like that, bro. Like, that's just crazy. Like, I'm over here just like talking about Metal Gear, and he's just like, "Hey, Fruit Nugget." He 100% wants you to put 1,000 hours in it slowly. Why did that feel wrong to read? Go juice off. Don't ever put your Skittle fingers on Helldivers 2? What? Skittle fingers? Rich Rod, what are you talking about, man? Rich knows what's up. Did I get the Ocelot Paradox trophy? I did. I did that on stream. That's how you play games. Take your time and enjoy everything. You should play games however you want, and not bother with those without patience. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's why like the most stressed I get in Death Stranding by far when playing it is express deliveries. Because that's like the opposite of how I want to play the game. Um, you know, I've had moments where I tried rushing certain deliveries that were not express, and it always ends in disaster. Like, in fact, yesterday I was playing a little bit and I had this delivery for Mr. Impossible, and I was just so eager. I'm like, I got to go across the map. I just got to go. And I messed up so bad, I like fell off a cliff and actually just completely destroyed. Like, I destroyed the cargo so bad that it's like, you can't. You're going to have to wait 6 hours to do this again. And I was so pissed. I'm like, I think I did reload it, by the way, or maybe I didn't. I could have, but I didn't. But I'm like, yeah, man, I got to slow it down. Um, let's see. Yeah, so I've been running into a lot of BTs. I will admit that is something that didn't annoy me earlier in the game. It definitely annoys me later in the game because like it stresses me out. Where it's like I got all this cargo and then of course there's a friggin' BT boss and I'm just like desperately I got to just drive out of here. Got to drive out of the boss area and it'll disappear, but you're driving all slow and God forbid it comes up and attacks you and just wrecks your cargo and you're screwed. And it's like, I didn't ask for this. I just wanted to deliver my packages, bro. Um, you can fast travel to the Magellan anytime you want, right? From wherever you are on the map. Yeah. And I've been able to utilize that more now that I'm just focused on a couple of, final facilities. I couldn't do that for most of the time though, because I always had cargo for different facilities on me. And if you travel with the Magellan and deliver the cargo, you get docked a bunch of likes. Like you get, way less likes. So you kind of hurt yourself that way a little bit. Drive by Joe, a member for 14 months. Thank you for that support, man. Says haven't been around much lately. Hope all is well. Everything's good, man. Going as good as it can. Just basically waiting for fall. Well, I guess it's about to be fall very soon. Reaching that final stage of summer. Things are starting to it's starting to cool down a little bit, just a little bit. So I'm appreciating that. So thank you for that, Drive by Joe. And Drive by Joe also drops a super sticker saying #1 fan. Thank you for that, man. I do appreciate it. Appreciate all the support, guys. MacTube, I haven't tried doing that, but I've been using the coffin board a lot more. And the coffin boy, I said coffin boy, the coffin board. It's because I read #1 fanboy why I said that. The coffin boy. The coffin board is actually really probably the best way to get around in Death Stranding 2, but it's also like the most dangerous because it like tempts you. Like, yeah, you want to go off that cliff, don't you? Because you think you're just gonna ride down it, and it's like, no, you're just gonna explode, or you're gonna just ruin all your cargo. So the coffin board is awesome, but also doesn't feel like the best thing to use when you're delivering cargo because it really feels like you're just, it's very dangerous. It's high risk, high reward though, because it's very efficient. I think the coffin board can be the most efficient way to travel outside of zip lines because you can go very fast and you can, kind of bob and weave. But yeah, I've destroyed like multiple coffin boards and almost died multiple times using them. So I'm like, In Death Stranding 2, if you break some cargo, you have to wait till it's fixed. Well, that's what's interesting about Death Stranding is like, and I was aware of this in the first game too, but now that I'm playing it, the sequel, it's the fact that like the damage you do to the packages can't be undone. And there is a punishment. The punishment, if you completely damage a package or break it, is Not that, well, that's it. It's over. You can't do that delivery again. But you do have to wait. You get a time penalty. And it's like, it's a real penalty where it's like, who the hell wants to wait 6 hours to do this order again? So there is like a level of pressure there where it's like, you want to try not to mess this up. Yeah, it's crazy. Now, if you're playing most of the game the way it should be played, you probably won't notice that. But it's really towards the end, like when you're really trying to 5-star all those facilities, that things like that can happen. Yeah, it's like 6 hours in game, I believe. I'm pretty sure it's in game. Captain Hook, you're saying impressed they kept the same art style for the remake. There's some bespoke color palette lighting and textures used that have the MGS3 look. I mean, yeah, man, I'm very impressed with the way MGS3 looks. Like, I mean, I know that there are criticisms of the way Konami handled the rollout, or maybe they should have, they should have obviously patched it. But it's just, I don't know. I was appreciating it a lot yesterday. The graphical fidelity. I'm like, damn, this does look really damn good. Like, it looks really damn good. It just makes me super fascinated to know what Konami's going to do next. Because they clearly have, like, my guess is the next thing we're going to get with Metal Gear, probably announced sometime next year, is they're going to announce the Metal Gear Solid Collection Volume 2. That's what I'm assuming we're going to get. And I'm looking forward to that. I think I'm going to be more excited for that collection than the first one. Because that one's probably, the second one will probably feature Metal Gear Solid 4. I mean, there's like no chance they're not going to have. MGS4 is incredible, dude. I love the Octo Camo, man. There are times when I'm playing Metal Gear Solid 3 that I forget I'm not using Octo Camo, that I'm using like regular camouflage. And like the Octo Camo is just so sick because you can really mess with people, I mean, you can really become truly invisible for like that whole game. If you know how to use it. You're saying Luke Stevens said that he fell off of Death Stranding 2 hard because of too much driving. No, Cleophas. No, bro. It's kind of crazy though, right? Like, that's crazy. Dude, I saw the funniest clip. Oh, God, hold on. I need to see if I can bring this clip up. This clip had me laughing. It's really short, but I was like laughing probably harder than I should have. I wonder if it'll... Who posted it? It's a Metal Gear clip. I think the clip was trending a little bit. Yes, here it is. Dude, this is like one of the funniest Metal Gear clips I've ever seen. It's because it's nothing crazy. It's just funny because it's real. Like, this is just a real clip. Let me bring it up. I don't want to overhype it, but I just had an appreciation for it. Let me see if it'll... Look.
America's truly a frightening country. America's
Bro, I don't know why, but that shit is so funny. Just the way Snake is standing there, like his back turned towards him.
truly a frightening country. America's truly...
Is it just me? Is it just me? I don't know. I think that shit's funny as hell. PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and S update version 1.1.2. It's out now. Please check the official website for more details. Snake is definitely autistic.
A frightening country. America is truly a frightening country.
I think what's funny to me is it's almost like it's a jump scare, dude. Like you got Snake with the American flag face paint. He's just awkwardly standing there. Yeah, dude, the face paint's crazy. All right, one more time. Just one more.
America is truly a frightening country. America's true.
It's perfectly edited, man. I love it. All right, let me see what these patch notes are though. Let me see here. Come on, just let me in. Really? Okay. It's gonna make me go through all this just to get the freaking patch notes. Sorry, guys. It's giving me a hard time. So I'm looking at the patch notes for the PS5 and Xbox Series versions. Resolved an issue where performing consecutive survival knife attacks to secure food could cause the game to crash. Fixed an issue where removing the crocodile cap from the survival viewer while equipped could cause the game to crash. Addressed crashes that could occur when collecting food near a hungry crocodile under certain conditions. Okay, so they pretty much fixed every issue that was causing crashing. They say we currently are receiving various feedback and bug reports from our players and are investigating the cause of those issues and possible solutions to fix them. We ask for your patience and please stay tuned for further announcements as we continue on work on resolving the game. Is it just me or is it like crazy that they like refuse to acknowledge the performance issues? Like I feel like they're like purposely avoiding it. Cause like I don't know, man. Like I mean, like a lot of people are like assuming, like, yeah, they're working on it, but it's like I don't know, man. Like they haven't said anything. Maybe they're not saying anything because they don't want to draw attention to it. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's a weird situation though. I am surprised that they are not saying a word about it. That's the only thing keeping you from buying it. I understand. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The PS5 Pro specifically, like it seems like the game is certainly tolerable on the regular base consoles, but the Pro, it's like you guys got to do something. Like you got to do something.
At MBG
you know?
World Premiere, under your Ghost of Yote I got a contender tweet. Safe for stream. Xbox you disgust me hope you never game again Fruit Nuggets.
All right, guys, we're going to listen to Rich Rod's new song. We're going to need more member gifts, bro. I can't just be playing these songs for nothing. Can't just be playing Rich Rod songs for nothing. This is the new Rich Rod text. 0 Point says play them. It's time for a fruit bowl. Do a different goal today. Hold on, I'll do 25. Butcher, if you're wondering how to gift memberships, at the bottom of the chat, there's a $sign. If you click that, it should give you the option to gift memberships. If you're on iPhone, it might not, though. Sometimes that's a problem. So Rich, are you telling me this song you made is about Ghost of Yote? Let me check. How many replies did I get to this? Okay, not too many. Let's see. I could play a sample. It's called Hey Daddy. What? I'll play a sample. Bro, okay, this sounds like a fucking banger. Butcher, if you're on iPad, yeah, it's just telling you to super chat. It's up to you, man. You know, plenty of people have come across this issue. It's an Apple thing. The workaround for it, and it just depends on how far out of your way you want to go to support, but you can download Google Chrome or go on Chrome on the iPad, log into YouTube, and it should let you do it that way. But it's totally cool. You know, I don't expect anybody to go that far out of their way. But yeah, it's up to you. Some people have had to do that before. Sounds like Puddle of Mud. Puddle of Yote, bro. Thank you, Butcher. Yeah, I don't know, man. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Where's Silent Spartan at, bro? With a 50 bomb. Make a Soundgarden AI song. I mean, this has got that like that chug to it, you know. It's safe for the stream. No, I believe it, Rich Rod. I believe it. I just gotta entice people a little bit, you know. You're so far behind on your own games, you have to skip Yote for a bit. It's understandable. It's a lot of games, dude. 0 Point's like, no, come on, man. Continue it. It's got that money sound. All right. I'll do it in good faith. I'll play it assuming we're going to get more member gifts, okay? Let's check it out.
Disgusting fruit nugget infestation, and they're destroying the hell diverse to servers. All I hear is hey daddy over and over again. They've taken over Xbox, and Xbox will never have a console again. That's exactly what they deserve. Xbox with no access to a PlayStation, and that's exactly what they deserve. Xbox, and Xbox will never have a console again. And that's exactly what they deserve. Xbox.
Dude, these fucking AI songs are crazy. Rich. All right, Rich, I have a listen. I don't know how you make these songs, and I don't know what the inputs look like, but I need you to make Soundgarden as an input. I need you to type in Soundgarden at some point, because I'm like, I don't know if you already did, but these sound so good. Like, the lyrics are crazy as shit, but they sound real, man. This is spooky. Adomina Dragoon says, y'all got a SoundCloud for this banger? Dude. First, it was Concord Affair. This one, I love how he's titling the songs, too. This one's called Hey Daddy. I don't know if that... You know what I also wonder? I wonder how many people on my Twitter have no idea about my streams. They have no idea who Rich Rod is. They have no idea about the streams. And they just see this guy posting this and they listen to it and they're like, what the fuck? It's pretty good, man. Butcher's like, yo, I can't even lie, Rich. Send that to me. I'm going to work out to it. It does sound good. It's shockingly good. Can't wait for that Lost Soul sidetrack. Oh, man. Dude. If you could somehow implement that voice acting. Okay, guys, need ideas for songs. You could do one, Rich, about like the console wars. Maybe how like, I don't know, like the console wars or like Totokism. There you go. You could do one about Totokism. You could do one about the end of the console wars. You could do one about fanboys in denial. Oh, no. Wes, no, bro. We can't do Concord again. I mean, we could do another we could do a different Concord. You could do one about Herman Hulst, his recent interview. Herman Hulst Platinum's Ghost of Tsushima, still greenlights Concord. Nuclear astrophysics. I feel like Scalebound wouldn't be funny because it's too old at this point. I don't know. Triple anus. Oh no. Oh, that's an idea. Triple anus. You do one for Marathon. Yeah, I don't know. There's many different directions you can go in. Lady Gamer says, I think we need to drop the Concord stuff. Perhaps. Yeah, we're going to be the ones that keep it alive, unfortunately. Make one about the leaked PlayStation handheld. Abandoned. Oh, Blue Box and Abandoned. Oh, no. Now that's one you could do. Yeah, the Blue Box and Abandoned one's pretty good. Lost Soul aside. MBG probably still has the app installed. Shh. Khalifis, you're saying that's how you found my channel? Quite a few people found my channel that way. Yeah. I mean, Abandon, yeah, it just seems like it really was something that got out of control. You could do one about Kojima and feet. Oh my God. 0 point. You're going to give Rich Rod the worst ideas, bro. Ray says, okay, I'm here. Sorry, I was in training. Now I'm out. Just in time for the next Rich Rod banger, bro. We just basically like, I don't know. I'm about to just like retitle the stream. Crazy AI songs. I don't know. Do we see Wolverine or Venom at the State of Play? Well, the last rumor we heard about Venom is that it's real and it's coming next year. So my assumption is that if that is true, we are going to have it revealed before the end of the year. So it's possible that could be like the next big reveal. Wolverine, I mean, is a wild card. I feel like that could show up at any time. But the timing feels right. I'm still not convinced we're going to see it this year, though. But it feels right. It feels like we should see it, you know? You want me to play it again? We just witnessed the birth of an AI songwriting star, Rich Rod, the next phenomenon. We have Raven X0 with a super chat. Raven, thank you for that, buddy. He says a snowboarding game needs to come back, and not that Ubisoft Steep game. Sony, bring back Cool Boarders. They can do so much with that now. The only snowboarding game I can remember are the SSX games, I think is what they were called. Yeah, that Ubisoft game, Steep. The idea of that was cool, but I don't know, man. They were trying to make like a live service extreme sports game, and some of the stuff that Ubisoft has done is so weird, to be honest. So weird. Real talk, MBG, with Metal Gear in the state it released in, people are not going to like if another remake gets announced. Yeah, there'll definitely be some scrutiny. Certainly. MBG, I have 200 games downloaded and I have 9 terabytes of storage left. What the hell? 9 terabytes? Why do you have 9 terabytes of storage? That's insane. That's wild. Bro, I can't even fill up a terabyte. Bro's got 9. Just a little excessive. Guys, I put in my title, by the way, how Capcom hints at Leon in Resident Evil 9. Did you guys see this? I'm surprised nobody's talking about this, or like I'm not really seeing it reported on very much. But there was like an interview they conducted recently. Let me get this out of the way. There was an interview they conducted and with the director of the game, and I think the director of the game, like, this could be one of those things where I am reading into it too much. But for those who don't know, although I'm sure most of you do know, we've been getting rumors. Well, it's coming from a source, that being Dusk Golem. But Dusk Golem has claimed numerous times that Leon is a main protagonist in this game and the person you're going to play as a lot of the time, or most of the time in this game. They just haven't revealed Leon yet. They're saving that reveal, and it's going to be like a big deal. And it's going to be like a big surprise. And I think that this new quote from the director of Resident Evil 9 may be directly hinting at this. So I'm going to read it to you guys. He says, quote, I think the 2 recent titles, Resident Evil 4 Remake and Village, are more on the action side of the series in terms of the mixture of elements that they have. Resident Evil 9 is something different. If I had to compare it to past titles, it's more along the lines of Resident Evil 7 or the Resident Evil 2 Remake. You could call it old school Resident Evil, you know, with the exploration and backtracking and that kind of thing. It does, of course, feature all the classic core pillars of Resident Evil features that everyone knows and loves, such as combat, exploration, puzzle solving, resource management of a limited number of items, and we've given it our own spin this time for Resident Evil Requiem's game atmosphere. But speaking to Resident Evil 7 and 2, I think they reflect a typical game design that we have for this series, where you can't keep the horror tension to the max through the whole game because it's quite exhausting. So you need to have this dynamic pacing curve where you'll have a very tense, horrific sequence, and then we give you a bit of release or catharsis from that and let you come down from that with a more slightly peaceful exploration or some exciting combat. And then we gradually bring you back up to the horror part of the curve. And this is the important part. He says, again, that's the standard practice for Resident Evil. The difference this time is there's a new system that I can't quite get into yet. But if you think of the difference between the tension and the release being a certain size of wavelength, as it were, or that curve, I want to make a distance between those aspects bigger than ever before in the series. And it just becomes a complete roller coaster ride between the different aspects of the series. I'm very excited for people to eventually understand what I mean by that. So I'm I don't know if I'm reading too much into this, but I feel like basically what he's saying is that there's going to be another protagonist in this game, like probably Leon. And the idea is when you play the sections of the game as Grace, those are the horror sections. Those are the horror sections where you're kind of helpless and they're ramping up the tension and the fear. And then when you're done that section, you're going to be playing as Leon, where you are, exploring, heavy action, heavy combat. Um, and I think that's really, I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I think what he says here is I'm very excited for people to eventually understand what I mean by that. I'm telling you, I think he's just straight up hinting that, like, yeah, this is, I don't know, that makes a lot of sense to me. I think that's the best way to do it. You just have a feeling they're going to screw it up after those 2 and 3 remakes. 8 and 7 were okay. I have a lot of faith in Resident Evil 9, actually. Like, I'm much more excited for Resident Evil 9 than I was for 7 or 8. MBG, I swear that boomstick guy is still thinking that Insomniac Games is going to announce the Spider-Man game on Xbox. These Xbox fans are still port begging. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how long they're going to be kind of holding on to that for. I don't know if it'll ever happen or not, but I would think right now Xbox players are just enjoying the fact that they just got Helldivers 2. You would hope. Rich Rod says we have another world premiere. All right, we'll do one more, Rich. Let's listen to one more Rich Rod song. I mean, this stream's probably going to be a short one today. There's really not a whole lot to talk about. We've just gotten to the point where I'm just letting Rich Rod make whatever song he wants. Let's see. I'm looking for it. Rich, you said it's under my latest tweet. It's not showing up now. You might have to put it under a different one. You might have to put it under the tweet where I said I think Ghost of Yote is going to be a very solid sequel. Because it seemed to have shadow banned you. Or not banned you, but blocked you. At least under that post. Insomniac Games has better things to do with Wolverine. Saying they just push hate towards PlayStation and then pretend that's not what they do. All right, let's see. Rich Bro, this post is unavailable. Rich, I don't think it's letting you post it anymore, man. I'm checking. Yeah, dude. I don't know. I think Twitter may have like filed it under. They may have filed you under a bot. I did. I checked the sequel tweet. There is a message there that says this post has been removed. So I don't know. I don't know if that was your post that like it just like automatically removed. Uh-oh. This might be it. This might be the end of Rich Rod's AI career, man. I don't know, man. The RE2 remake was a banger, and I'm a purist. The rise and fall of an AI artist. Radic, what the hell, bro? Yeah, I'm not sure what to tell Rich now. Resident Evil 3 Remake is a solid game. I don't know why people get so hyperbolic about it. Yeah, I think Resident Evil 3 Remake just suffered in some areas compared to RE2. I think RE2 was like the high watermark. But I enjoyed RE3 Remake. I had a good time with it. It's literally missing 50% of the OG game. Yeah, that's also problematic. Yeah, it did feel kind of like DLC. Like it didn't feel as fleshed out. But it's just cool to even see that they did it, you know, to be honest. They should make RE9 open world with a Days Gone motorcycle. Well, apparently there are going to be like some open explorable areas. You're saying try my pinned tweet? Dude, my pinned tweet has 2,000 replies, bro. Rich, just give me your give me your Twitter handle and I'll just look you up. Maybe that'll work. Rich is like, "Yo, bro, check out this post with 2,000 comments." And Michael Werneth coming in out of the sky. Coming in out of the sky? That sounds wrong. The point is, Michael Werneth came in and dropped 20 membership gifts for you guys out of nowhere.
Holy shit.
Hold on, I gotta see if I can play. Maybe Michael Werneth, he'll be the first one. Michael Werneth, you're the first one to be you'll have the honor to introduce this soundbite. Michael Werneth coming in out of nowhere, dropping 20 membership gifts for you guys. Bro, thank you so much for that. He wants to hear the Rich Rod song. It's Rich. Boss is like, I'm ready for more treats. All right, bro. All right, I'll look it up. Rich. Good stuff. So with Michael dropping 20, that brings us to 25 members. So thank you for that, Michael. Very much appreciate it. And I'm going to see if I can find the song that Rich Rod made. We'll play it as Michael's reward here. Wes, you tagged me. Bro, Michael, that joke goes so much further than you even know. I made that joke yesterday, except about Call of Duty instead of the channel, which is funny. That's some funny stuff, dude. And Butcher comes in. He made it happen. He did it. I didn't think he would do it, but he did it. He went out of his way to figure out how to gift. He had to find a workaround because he was on iPad, and he came in and dropped 5 more member gifts for you guys. And just like that, we went from 5 to 30. So, Butcher, thank you so much for that, man. Good stuff, guys. Thank you so much for the support. As I'm trying to find Rich Rod's song here. Yeah, you know, those of you who are dropping membership gifts, Terrible Herman, dude, there's no way. He made a song called Terrible Herman. Okay. Wes, by the way, dude, this is some funny shit. I saw that there was one reply to Rich Rod's song, and it was under probable spam. And it's just you tagging me. Bro, you tagging me, Twitter automatically just filed that under probable spam. So I just thought you should be aware of that. Now I need that Rich Rod Lost Soul side diss track. Well, apparently we got a Herman diss track coming in, bro. Oh my God. Any chance I would have had of establishing some kind of connection with Sony and their PR team for review codes, I think is going out the window here. But all right, let's see what you cooked up.
Stupid Herman ran it into the ground.
Fucking like 9 Inch Nails, dude.
Stupid Herman ran it into the ground. Chin looks like a gazebo. His chin looks like a gazebo. And they betrayed us! They betrayed us! They betrayed us! Oh, they betrayed us! They betrayed us!
Seven Dust. Helldivers 2.
They betrayed us. They betrayed us. They betrayed us. They betrayed us. His chin looks like a gazebo. His chin looks like a gazebo.
Helldivers.
Stupid
Bro said his chin looks like a gazebo. Butcher, I know, bro. Oh, by the way, here's your soundbite, Butcher.
Good God.
Grammy Award-winning song. Holy shit. What is this website that he's using, man? I'm about to try to make a song. Let me see. Suno. Create. Type any idea you have here. Okay. Is it just going to let me? Wait, Rich, do you have to actually sign up for this to use it? You probably do, right? MBG, I really despise Lost Souls side with all of my guts. It's literally the be like DMC to be cool, the game. I may come off as a big hater / downer, so don't take my words for it at all. At least you're honest. Oh my god, that would be crazy. Hold on. Um, let's see. I want to see if it'll let me create one. A tool style sounds crazy. Uh, all right, I don't know if this is gonna work or not. I just fucking typed in a bunch of stuff to try to make my own song, and now I'm curious to see how it turned out. I need to apologize in advance if this is horrifically bad, because I've never done this before. So here goes nothing. It won't fucking let me. It's gonna make me Rich. You signed up for all this shit? Come on. They're really don't make me do this. I don't want to sign up. They want me to like connect my account and shit. They want my phone. No. Never mind. I'm sorry, guys. I should have seen if it was gonna let me go through with it. I was basically trying to make a tool, and maybe Rich Rod can do this since he signed up. Rich Rod, I want you to make me. I typed in like Tool, the band Tool, like progressive metal, alternative metal. I typed in like Sony Live Service, PlayStation, keep making single player games, and I just really want to see what the hell comes out of that. It probably would have been terrible. I don't know. I've never done this before. Make a Taylor Swift song? Oh no, dude. ID verification. Yeah, I mean, they let you type all that stuff in and they'll generate your song, but when you go to try to play it, they, they tell you got to connect one of your accounts and give your phone number, and I'm like, I don't want to do all that. I don't know, maybe it would be worth it. I mean, if I could just make like any song I want. Yeah, right. We get enough spam calls as it is. I'm gonna get spam calls of from AI songs. Um, let's see. Oh, it does say the phone number is optional. Maybe I could make like a different account and connect it later on. But I don't want to connect my Google account. I don't want to do that. I love how we went from like worrying about Rich Rod's messages to now he's just straight up. I'm like playing his AI songs. This is what's so fascinating about AI though, man, is that like the thing is those songs sound so real. Like they really sound like somebody made that and recorded it. And it's just wild that it can be generated in a matter of minutes just by typing in prompts, and words. That's crazy. I think I'm going to, by the way, Tarnished, to get back to what you were saying, I think it's fine if, people are not feeling good about Lost Soul aside. It does seem like it's having some issues, but I think at some point I'm going to try. Like, I downloaded the demo. I think I'm going to try it at some point. I don't know, though. Like, what I've been hearing is so not good that it's kind of making me think, like, should I even waste my time? I have seen some people saying they like the combat. There's still, like, no reviews, dude. There's still no reviews. This is such strange behavior from Sony. Let me see what people are saying on Steam. Also, aside, Steam. It's got 484 mixed reviews. Let's go see what people are saying. Recommend. See, this is one thing I like about Steam. Sony should implement this where it tells you how many hours they played and then they give their thoughts on it or the reviews. 7 hours in. Oh, it says 1.5 hours at the time of review. Turn off ray tracing and put the Japanese voices. It becomes a much better experience. They said Japanese. Maybe they meant Chinese. This person gave it an abysmal review. Oh, Corey, bro, sorry, my bad. I was looking at a Steam page. We have Corey the Legend Landiga coming in. I'm like super late to it. I don't know why. Like, hold on, how late am I? Oh no, okay, I'm not that late. Corey, thank you so much for the 5 membership gifts, man. He's keeping the member train going today, and he brings us up to 35. So, guys, we are within reach of maybe hitting the goal of 50 today. I think we can do it. I do believe in us. The last time I was striving to hit 50, we did it. And I think like at the end, we got like 10 single gifts or something close to that. So, Corey, thank you so much, buddy.
I'm no hero. Never was. Never will be.
Although, Boss did get his treats already, and he's like chilling on the other side of the room. So I don't know. He'll probably come over at some point. Boss, come on. Come on. Come use your cat tower. Corey came in and dropped 5 membership gifts for you, dude. Okay, so I can confirm Boss is so... He definitely got his fill of treats because he won't even come over, dude. Wow, he's like, I'm good. And Hellbound 1981, another legend. He comes in. Michael said, keep it going. Keep the train going. Hellbound answers the call and brings us up to 40. Good stuff, Hellbound. Thank you. I would try to, maybe Maybe I can entice Leia. Hold on. Come on, Leia. Are you kidding me? These cats are being really lazy right now. Come on, guys. You have one job. Thank you, Leia. There we go. All right. Leia should enjoy herself with the catnip. Oh, God. There's a hole in that bag. Shit. I just got catnip everywhere, dude. Oh, man. This is Rich Rod's fault. Boss is spent, dude. He's... Maybe at the end of the stream, I'll make him do some high jumps. Go ahead, Leia. It's all you. You can have that. Let's see. So this person refunded the game after, I think, like 30 minutes, saying abysmal. I had it refund after only 17 minutes in game because I couldn't even progress into the first area where you take control of the character in the city. I dropped all possible settings to their lowest preset. I'll be honest. I don't know that I want to. I'm not really interested in a review from somebody who played for 17 minutes. No offense. Like I think it's fine that he refunded it, but I feel like I don't know. Like the demo is probably longer than 17 minutes, right? That's not a lot of time. Like, it's so weird. MBG, don't feel dissuaded by hearing my or other opinions. See for yourself. Oh, I mean, there's a free demo, you know? Like, I guess it's just like I was kind of already on the fence with this game based off of everything I've seen. Like, I felt like when watching the gameplay, I'm like, it has potential, but there's a part of me that just felt kind of like, there's something about it, you know? I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's something about it that I feel like just isn't quite right. And I'm starting to think that after everything I'm reading that, like, yeah, there's something. There's something here that isn't really adding up. Or like maybe what it's adding up to is just a generally disappointing game. But it's weird because, like, I don't know, I've seen some people replying though and like talking about it and saying that they're really enjoying it. The gameplay's awesome. So this is what's making me feel like I want to try the game for myself. Mr. B says he played the demo for an hour and the combat is actually good. Mr. B, would you say the combat is good enough to carry the entire game? Like if every other area of the game is kind of lacking, but just the moment-to-moment combat? Yeah, she's got the zoomies. What's weird about Leia, I noticed, well, not her, but this specific catnip I have, she likes it better when I keep it in the bag. Like it's got little holes in it. So I think some of it comes out like small pieces. Apparently there's a bigger hole now because I just spilled it everywhere. But she's like engaged with it more when it's in the bag than when I actually pour it out of the bag. It's really weird. Saying yes for an action fan, there's lots of combo potential. Early 90s gamer says, MBG, I platinumed Devil May Cry and all Bayonetta games. Trust me when I say this game is bad. Really? Wow. Huh. Yeah, this is a tough one, dude. You think the issue is that the quality is not consistent across the different aspects of the game? It would be, I mean, this is one of those rare moments where reviews would be very helpful, you know? Like the fact that there's no review, there's one review on Metacritic that gave it a 4 out of 10. And I'm like, it's something, but that's just one review. That's not really that helpful. They have catnip bags where you can pour some in and tie it off for her to play with. Yeah, maybe I'll have to get something like that. Mr. B, you're saying, don't trust them. Watch Game Breaker God, and he will show you the combat potential. Well, I think the biggest thing for me with Lost Soul aside is the fact that it's releasing at a time when so I was telling you earlier that I'm still in the process of platinuming Death Stranding 2. I'm still, I just started playing Metal Gear Solid 3, and I want to see if I can platinum that. And it's going to be September in like 2 days. And because of that, I realized, like, okay, when September rolls around, at that point, we're literally 1 month away from Ghost of Yote launching. And so I just, like, there's other games coming too, like Silent Hill, and Dying Like the Beast. Like, these games automatically look more appealing to me than Lost Soul Aside does. Not to say that I don't think Lost Soul Aside looks bad. It's just these are games I'm more interested in. So it's just one of these things where it's like, I was kind of waiting to see if this was going to be a sleeper hit and it was going to come out and be like, holy shit, this game is going to be like a must play. And it seems like that's not happening at all. And so I don't know. There's so many games coming. There's so little time, Lady Gamer, are you asking, like, if I couldn't afford to buy it, like, or if I had to be more picky and choosy with my games, if I would actually play it or not? Well, probably not. I mean, for a lot of people, that's another problem too, is you got to think about where your money's going, right? Like, if you have like 3 games you want to play or you're thinking about playing, but really can only afford 2 that month, something along those lines. Yeah, I'm noticing that too, Tarnished. Yeah. Saying Gears of War Reloaded, it's like nothing released. I have to say I'm a little bit surprised at how lackluster the launch of Gears of War Reloaded has been, where it just feels kind of like a fart in the wind, if I'm being honest, where it's like, I feel like it was supposed to be such a big deal that it released on PlayStation, and then it's just like, well, there it is. I don't know. Maybe it's, yeah, it could just be the fact that it's like, well, we've been here many times, Like, I question how many PS5 owners actually did play the original Gears already, whether that be on the 360 or on the Xbox One or something, or on PC. It's truly becoming an unk game. You think Helldivers overshadowed it? I mean, that's certainly possible. Helldivers with the whole Halo ODST collaboration. I've been seeing people debating how much Helldivers 2 is sold on Xbox, and it seems like no one can really figure out what those numbers look like. I mean, I've been seeing some people saying that it sold less than like 200K or something, or less than 100K. I've been seeing people saying that it's selling great, and I'm like, well, I don't think we have any true frame of reference here. Like, do we have the actual sales numbers for PC and PlayStation? Like, do we have the sales split for that, for Helldivers? I don't think we do, right? Let me see. The specific worldwide figures have not been officially released. Industry data for the US and some regional reports indicate the PC version of Helldivers 2 accounted for nearly 60% of total sales, and more than half of the total volume in the US by May 2024, suggesting the PC platform drove the majority of the game's success. Okay, well, that's by May 2020. So how many? We don't even know how many copies it sold. Sony announced that Helldivers 2 sold over 12 million units globally by May 5th. So so that split would basically be, they said 60% for PCs. So what we're looking at like 6.5 million, maybe close to 7 million sales on PC. The remainder on PS5. I mean, that's almost an even split. So I guess like really the only way we could really figure this out is we would have to know how many total copies Helldivers 2 sold now. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. This is outdated, so we don't know how many more copies this game sold since May of last year. I'm sure it sold a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's any way to really calculate unless Sony gives us the data. And they might, but I'm not gonna lie though. I would love to know how well this game sold on Xbox, because I do think this is a test. And if it sold poorly, like, we're not gonna know. Somebody's gonna have to try to figure this out. You have to imagine like somebody out there is gonna try to figure out roughly. Maybe Analytics. I forget the name. I think that's how you say it. They've been keeping track of like how these games are selling to a degree. I don't know exactly what their methods are, but apparently they're pretty accurate. We actually had that confirmed, by the way. They were the ones who said, Analyta Analytics. I hate that name. They were the ones who said that Forza Horizon 5 was like the best selling game on PlayStation and sold like 3 million copies or something for like of the year. And then the official data came out and it was like, yeah, that's actually true. So whatever methods they're using to get their data seem to be very accurate. And I would imagine they're probably going to, they're probably going to try to figure that out. MBG, the Gears X account just posted, ending the console war one grub at a time. Thank you for 1 million players. Like, am I wrong for thinking that's like really not good? I'm just trying to figure out, like, I like, that sounds like a really, really low amount for a franchise that's supposed to be so prominent. I don't know. Did Gears really fall, dude? No, Gears of War E-Day is probably gonna be pretty big. You think maybe just the fatigue of the first game? Maybe it's that. Maybe it would have done better if they did make it like a trilogy combo or something, like package. Most of that is from PS5. Dude, that means it didn't even sell 1 million on PS5. Holy shit. That's crazy to me. I would have thought something like Gears of War would have sold like 2 or 3 million on PS5. Especially because it's like $40, but I don't know. I guess maybe it really is one of these things where it is an older game, and this, it's been remastered a few times already. Yeah, that's what's Tarnished. That's what's crazy to me. That is the surprise. Like, this is where these companies might be fucking around and finding out, dude. And it's no offense against Gears. Gears is a solid game, obviously. Like, it doesn't have anything to prove, I don't think. But that's what's crazy to me is you would think the novelty of something like Gears of War being available. Even I bought a copy. I'm not playing it, but I bought a physical copy. You know, you would think the novelty alone is enough to drive way more sales than, I mean, if they're announcing 1 million players, that means they're counting Game Pass players, they're counting Xbox buyers, they're counting PC players and buyers. Jeez, I don't know what's going on. This is weird. I don't know what to make of this. Maybe something like Gears of War E-Day will be the real test of like, okay, we don't currently know how well Metal Gear Solid Delta sold, but I was told it's the #1 seller on Steam right now. So I think it's doing good. I think it's high up on PlayStation. I think it's high up on Steam. So it seems like it's off to a pretty solid start. No pun intended. MBG, if you didn't know, all Game Pass subs get reloaded for free. Also, the ones that bought Gears of War Ultimate Edition. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that. That's cool they did that. I think if you bought it digitally, you get the free upgrade. I mean, Gears of War E-Day, I think will be big. I don't know. I mean, I can't deny that. Yeah, I do agree. I think 1 million players is pretty weak. Not even sold, like just 1 million players. So if they're saying you got 1 million players on Gears, I mean, that just it confirms that they sold less than 1 million on PlayStation. So what do we look at? What do we think the split is? Like 700K on PlayStation, 600K? I mean, Jesus, it's got to be. It can't be lower than that. It can't be lower than that. Because if that's true, that's like, bro, this is crazy. Like, this is fucking Gears of War on PlayStation. I don't know. Maybe there's not as much interest for it as we originally thought. You got Metal Gear Solid Delta digitally, and you ordered the physical copy. Good shit, dude. Yeah, they get you with that early access, man. I mean, if they do like Gears 2 and 3, I think those could do better, maybe. Yo, watch it. How crazy would it be if Forza is like the biggest thing that Microsoft ever releases on PlayStation? Even bigger than Halo. How crazy would that be? I'm starting to think that could be a possibility. Because I thought to myself, well, dude, if Forza can do 3 million and be the best-selling game of the year, new game on PS5, then Gears is going to clean up at $40. It's going to clean up. So this is quite surprising to me. Yeah, maybe if it's a day one drop with Gears of War E-Day, a brand new Gears game, maybe that'll clean up. I'll tell you what game will clean up, though. Forza Horizon 6. If that, assuming that's a day one launch, that game's going to do fucking, that's going to be a top seller of the year if it releases day one on PlayStation. I mean, if there's one thing we can walk away from saying with all of this is that, well, PlayStation players really like Forza Horizon a lot. There is that. That's true, 0 point. Yeah. The consumer, the general gamer and consumers becoming more conscientious about what they choose to buy. MBG Need for Speed has been missing hard and they need to hit with Unbound. Let me go, hold on, I want to go see this post, by the way. You said it was the official Gears of War account. Oh my God, dude. The top comment or the top reply to the official Gears of War post thanking players for 1 million. You will lose those 1 million players if you don't fix the one-shot downs with the Nasher. And there's this crazy video. Dude, Gears of War multiplayer looks fucking crazy, man. Like, Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to. I guess it's hard to give a proper evaluation on 1 million players. And this is a couple days after launch too. That's what's crazy. Like it's the 29th. It came out on the 26th. So it took them a couple days, it seems. I don't know. It's really hard for me to give a proper evaluation on this without knowing what Microsoft's expectations are. But if I had to give my best guess, I'm going to assume they expected more than 1 million players by this point. I'm going to assume that because it's Gears of War dropping on PlayStation for the first time, they were probably expecting probably 1 million players alone on PlayStation, you know? No, Flatted Fifth, you have to buy it the day of, or it doesn't count. Well, yeah, what you're saying does highlight that it released in a crowded week. So that is true. There's other stuff coming out. So people might just be like, I'll get to it. Yeah, I saw that. Apparently, if you get the Platinum Trophy for Gears of War Reloaded, it hints at more games coming. It says your journey is over for now or something like that. I mean, they're going to do it that way, aren't they? They're going to release this thing one at a time. Gears 1, then Gears 2, then Gears 3. Let me see here. I'm trying to see. Hold on. Paramount is reportedly in negotiations to acquire the film rights to the Call of Duty franchise. Uh-oh. Bro. We're getting a... You know The Rock is going to star in that movie, right? No, I'm sorry. I didn't freeze. 100%. You know Michael Bay's directing and The Rock is going to star in it. The Rock is Soap McTavish. What is this I'm seeing? Jesus, man. That's crazy. I'm sorry. I went on Twitter for just a second. See the most retarded clips, man. I'm sorry. I just like, what the hell is wrong with people, man? This is why I can't go on Twitter, even when I'm trying to just check on stuff. I get... There's like this woman, like, text is like a dash cam. She's just texting the whole time she's driving. I mean, the whole time on like these long stretches of road with all these cars coming, and suddenly she just like swerves off the road and, falls into like this like dip and hits like she like gets close to almost hitting somebody's house, or like she could have, but she ends up hitting their mailbox and she's like freaking out. And it's just like, I just don't understand. Like, you don't do that. Like, you should, like, to be honest, like, I don't give a shit what happens to that person, because it's like, whatever happens to you, you probably have it coming because you're being dumb, like genuinely dumb. The problem though is that like you're putting other people's lives in danger, and that's, to me, that's unforgivable. Like you're just too selfish at that point, like, because you can't not text while you're driving. Like, it's just stupid, man. And it was egregious too. It's not like she just like picked up her phone for a second and then like put it down. It's like she literally had her phone like this while like steering and shit. It's like, what are you doing? This is why, man, I'm telling you, you gotta be on like high alert when you're out there, man. Because you're at the mercy of so many other people and their stupidity. Always gotta be aware. Don't text and drive, you know? I mean, just don't drive. If you can avoid it, don't drive. Don't text either. Don't do either. She was writing about you lost Isley. You saw the clip. Yeah, I mean, there's some horrible clips. I can't really, dude. I struggle to. Don't drink and drive either. You know, goes without saying. But I struggle to go on Twitter anymore, man, because like the first thing that they bombard me with is just these crazy clips of stuff where it's like it could be educational, certainly, but it just becomes a bit much. Where it's like, all right. You know, like it's just immediately puts me in a bad frame of mind. This is why I stay in and play games. Yeah, that's what I prefer to do too. Yeah, that's crazy though. But you know, I will say the good thing about that clip is nothing bad happened other than she just kind of like swerved and hit a mailbox. It's how bad it could have been. You know, drinking and walking can be dangerous too. That's true. That is true. Fall down a manhole or something, you know? All right. So back to Twitter. No, I'm just kidding. Yo, hold on though. Cracker Barrel's 93-year-old founder has some strong words for the CEO trying to rebrand and monitor. I gotta ask you, did you guys see this shit with the Cracker Barrel? Oh my God. I don't even eat at Cracker Barrel. I can't remember the last time I've been to one. It's just been crazy to see this reaction. But I kind of get it. I do. It's because you know what they're trying to do. People are like calling for the CEO's head. Wait, Dwayne, what are you losing your mind over on Twitter? Cracker Barrel. Jeez. All right. Trying to see if there's any other Bella Ramsey responds to critics of The Last of Us Part 2 Season 2 ahead of Season 3. Quote, if you hate it that much, the game exists. You can just play the game again. What are we thinking? Yo, hold on. I came across this post from the Metal Gear Solid Delta Collector's Edition. Apparently, it's getting kind of cooked. Did you see this? Let me see if it'll let me bring it up. Is it not going to let me? Okay, it's not letting me for some reason, but there's this post responding to Konami posting about the official, or it's actually Cheap Ass Gamer posting that Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater Collection available at Best Buy for the Series X, $200. This person posted it. They actually got it. And they said, bro, what the F is this? LMFAO. And it's a picture of, I guess, the little figure of Snake. And it looks so bad, dude. Let me see if it'll let me bring it up. Did anybody here get the collector's edition? It looks pretty bad. I'm back now. My bad. Did Rich drop the Lost Soul side diss track? I don't know. I haven't heard from Rich. I think he may have. I think he may have left. I don't know if he's still here or not. I'm gonna see if I can bring it up. Hold on. Let me move it to a new window. Not my snake, bro. Not my snake. AI generated snake. To be fair, it's like really small, but I don't know. Small snake. Baby snake. It's like something out of a Happy Meal, bro. That's funny. Video keeps crashing whenever there's an ad. That's weird. I don't even have ads running in the middle of my stream. If you just clicked on it, it might play an ad, but yeah, that's crazy, dude. Yeah, I was a little bit nervous about the collector's. I don't really do collector's editions, but when I saw the Metal Gear collector's edition, I'm like, I think I'm good. Like I don't see a need for it. BB Snake. Kinder Snake toy. I mean, it's crazy because it's like, yeah, they are asking for like $200. That's a lot of money, dude. You know? For it, the face looks weird, dude. Like it doesn't look like Snake. Who is that? Michael Scott dressed as Snake. Oh, dude, you might be right. Steve Carell Snake. That's crazy. Timu Snake. Well, there you go, man. That's Lou. You think that would be what Naughty Dog's Snake looked like if they tried to make Metal Gear? Well, yeah, I'm good on the collector's edition, man. Somebody said it's been made the same resolution as the game. It's made to match the resolution. No way, dude. Jesus. Oh shit, did you guys see this? Okay, I just came across this. It says Dexerto reports 2 hours or 7 hours ago, Bungie is offering players a $500 gift card to play Marathon 1 hour a day for 30 days during testing. Oh no. What? Oh, dude, that game is fucking cooked. They have to pay people now. What? Hold on. Where's this? That can't be true. That's beyond bad. Bungie is holding another marathon playtest, but this time players can bag themselves a nice $500 payout just for trying the shooter. It's fair to say that Marathon is off to a rough start. Blah, blah, blah. As revealed in an email that has been sent out to players seen by the game post, the playtest is running for 30 days and the participants are required to play for at least 1 hour every single day. At the end of it, they receive a reward worth $500. This user research study is a playtest that will run for 30 consecutive days from Monday, September 8th to Tuesday, October 7th, including weekends, said the email. You will be required to play for a minimum of 1 hour daily during the playtest window of 3 to 7, and on weekdays between 2 and 8 p.m. Upon completing the study, you will receive a $500 gift card of your choice as a thank you for your valuable time and feedback. If you only complete part of the study, you will only receive the portion of the reward based on the number of days that you've completed. This is a pretty hefty reward for a minimum of 30 hours of work, equating to around $16.60 an hour if you only play for the minimum hour. This is an invite-only playtest, by the way. Dude, I mean, that's cool, but like I feel like this is that's a kind of a bad sign, right? I don't know. I had to run away. Reading this post gave me diarrhea, bro. I don't know what Sony's gonna do with Marathon, man. I don't know what they're gonna do with it, but it's not looking good. It's definitely not looking good. Somebody says, "What the f? That's a good deal." Somebody says, "Bro, where do I sign up?" Yeah, it's funny. Some people are like, "Hell yeah, I'm on board with this." Well, I mean, how much longer is Sony gonna just let Bungie do their thing? You know, how much more time are they gonna give them? They already let them delay it. My question is, if Marathon doesn't work, if Marathon doesn't work out, then I really think the only other option going forward for Bungie, for Sony, is you got to make Destiny 3. Butcher, you're really hyped for that handheld? Yeah, dude, I'm already seeing the bullshit from certain people on Twitter. You know, I was posting about the handheld yesterday, and well, because I have pretty much expended all my topics, I put out this post. And I said, it's clear some people don't realize just how long the PS5 is going to be supported after the PlayStation 6 launches. The PS5 will effectively be the, quote, PlayStation 6S, just without the mandate requiring developers to support it. The mandate will not be necessary. And you know what's crazy is, like, there are like Xbox fanboys that follow me on Twitter, and they just wait. They just like line wait, bro. And I had multiple what seemed to me to be Xbox fanboys. I'm not really sure what else to call them. Hold on, I got too many tabs open here. You know, they're like, I wonder, like, basically this one person saying that I'm flipping the narrative and basically saying a split console approach is good now. And this is just like, I want to take this moment to emphasize that, like, I encounter so many people that, you know, they point the finger at me and they're like, you're a console warrior. You're a toxic fanboy that just console wars. You console war about everything, right? They ignore like probably 80% or more of what I do and what I say. And they'll latch on to like this one thing and say, this is console warring. And like, this is me fanboying and flip-flopping. And it's like, bro, I just stated a fact. I didn't state it, you know, in any type of a passive aggressive way. I'm stating a fact. The PS5 will essentially be the PS6S, just without the mandate. And people like this, you know, because that wasn't the only person that responded with snark like that, you know. There's another person that says, so you are already defending a Series S equivalent of the PS6. You fanboys are so funny. And it's like, no, what you're the one trying the console war right now. There's no defense here. Like nothing in my posts says I think it's good or bad. See what I'm saying? Like, you see people projecting their own stuff onto it. And it's like, listen, man, if when you hear about a PlayStation handheld that's going to launch around the same time as a PlayStation 6, and the first thing you're excited to do is quote unquote dunk on PlayStation fanboys and be like, see what you said about the Series S? What now? You're the problem. You're the problem. You're the one looking to keep it going. To keep it going. You know, to just turn it back around. And it's like, whatever, man. But what I said in my tweet, though, I think it is a fact. That's not that I think it is. It is. That's what's going to happen. People are going to realize that Sony's not forcing developers to continue to support the PS5. Developers are choosing to support the PS5. And you may start to see some people have an outcry where it's like, we want you to move on, but that's not going to happen. You're going to see most AAA publishers making PlayStation 5 games like probably 6 or 7 years into the PS6 generation. I firmly believe that. And so because of that, you know, the base model PlayStation 5 will be, it will be, you know, technically like the PS6S in that sense. And this handheld, since it's going to be like the equivalent of a PS5, it's just going to live alongside it ultimately. What's happening? What's the top? I was basically just pointing out how on Twitter, like, I'll just state a fact, and like I get certain like individuals who, you know, I can only presume that they believe they're not part of the console war or whatever. But, you know, they just, you know what they do. They do what they do. What can I say? Something else I've been seeing with this rumor with the PlayStation handhelds, I've been seeing some Nintendo. I don't know if it's Nintendo players, but people saying like, oh, you know, PlayStation fanboys have been saying forever about how like Nintendo isn't competition. Now I guess they are. And it's like, well, like I just, so I don't know. I try to separate myself from the broader term that there's like all PlayStation fanboys or whatever. I can only speak for myself, but I think most of you who are here now have been here with me for a while. You know that I've went on record many times saying I think the Switch 2 could be more competition for Sony than we expect. I've relaxed on that a bit because it does seem like they are kind of still doing their own thing. But you guys know, if you've been following me for a while, I've been saying for quite some time that I think the Switch 2 could end up putting a little bit more pressure on Sony than some people think. And I think the fact that Sony is making a handheld now, that they want it to be dockable, I think that that's kind of proof that, well, Sony sees something there, you know, that they're like, we got to have an offering of our own. That's some level of competition inherently. That's not a bad thing. You're saying it's still in store, nobody wants it anymore. I don't know about it. I still think the Switch 2 is going to do great. I think it is doing great. I think it'll be fine. We'll see. MBG, listen to me. As a huge Nintendo fan, never forget this. You go to Nintendo for first-party games and PlayStation or PC for third-party. I think it's how a lot of people do it. Yeah. I'm a PC gamer, but Xbox is better than PlayStation. I'm not a fanboy. I only state the truth. PC fan 2025. Damn. peace won't last very long. The wars will take place in space. The console wars in space, bro. They'll also do what they did with the PS4, which sucks because games won't fully be made for the PS6 until later in its shelf life. Well, it's going to be interesting, certainly. It's going to be really interesting to see how Sony rolls this out, because this handheld that they're working on is turning out to be way more interesting than I would have expected. I mean, it was always going to be interesting, but it really seems at this point like it just really seems at this point like there's way more going into it, and there's maybe a much greater expectation being placed on it from Sony than I would have originally thought, certainly. But yeah, I don't understand it, man. I don't well, I do understand it, but I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the people that make it seem like let's just face it, man. There are, in the same way that there are groups of people that hate Xbox, and I know that some of those people exist on this channel. I understand that. There are people here that despise Xbox, bro. You got freaking Rich Rod out here making AI songs about how much he hates Xbox. Well, to be fair, he made them about Concord as well and Herman Hulst. So, but I'm just so tired of the people that they try so hard to make it seem like they just want to be fair about it. They just want consistency. They like they want to tell you like you're wrong and this is right. And then if a person turns around and says, "Okay, yeah, I guess sure," they'll be like, "No, you're still wrong." That's what they do. That's what they fucking do. And they ruin this space, dude. They've completely ruined it. Bro, what do you... Wes is always waiting for what Cerny's cooking up next, man. He's always waiting. Guys, we are approaching the 3-hour mark. We're getting there. We're on our way to the 3-hour mark. We are sitting at 40 members. So I want to give just a little nudge. Just a little nudge. You know, reminder that we have... I think we'll go till the 3-hour mark. That'll be a good place to wrap it up, because I've basically been, you know, I've been just randomly covering stuff here. But I want to push a little bit, see if we can get to that 50. We were in this exact same position a stream or two ago, and you guys did it. You came through. We ended up hitting the 50 mark. Maybe we can do it again. It's okay if we don't. But, you know, just give a little bit of encouragement. See if we can hit that goal. Most PC players I know have a PlayStation. Rich Rod says 20 memberships and I'll make a banger. Oh, God. I get nervous when he hypes it up like that, because it's like, what's a banger to Rich Rod? But yeah, man, it's just so disheartening to see that there's still so many people that have just, they've poisoned the well. There's just too many people that like they've jumped on the bandwagon that is you know, like trying to turn everything into a console war. Like, do you know how many times people reference a post I put out in 2021, dude? And that, like, that's so funny to me. I've encountered that so many times the past couple years, where people keep referring to this one post where like, you were console warring on Christmas. It's like, dude, the fact that you have to continue to refer to something that happened like 4 to 5 years ago, you know, like move on, man. You know, like there's been a lot of other things that have occurred since then. Oh, that's 100% true, Wes. Yeah, that's 100% true. Absolutely. 75% of Cyberpunk sales on Switch 2 were physical. That's good. That's good. We want to see physical continue to thrive, if not thrive to survive, right? We want to see that. Well, when it comes to the future of PlayStation, man, I'll continue to say what I've been saying. If not for my sake, but you know, the sake of a lot of other PlayStation enthusiasts. Um, you know, expect anything, man. Expect anything. I think it's fine if you want to have a certain level of expectation because, well, if you've been a part of PlayStation for a long time, you're going to have that expectation naturally. But I've seen too many people kind of fall into that trap of just assuming all the time, and feeling very sure. And I fell into that trap so many times, man. But the reality is, none of us know. None of us really know. GTA Online just got a zombie survival mode. That's a shame. They're like way too late with that. I would have that would have been something I would have been very excited about a little while ago. I say a little while ago. It would have been years ago. Truthfully, it would have been years ago. But yeah, I know that channel tarnished. Haven't watched him in a while. Cursed channel, bro. It's cursed. The new war is AI and machine learning. How did I know Lux would be right there? Be like, I love Meat Canyon, bro. Yeah, it's crazy. It's pretty dark. You know what game I honestly can't wait to play? I'm just, I can't help it, but it's just how I feel, man. I can't wait to play the new Skate. Like I saw that it's leaving or it's going to enter early access on September 16th. I'm there day one, dude. I can't wait. I hope it's good. You were also listening to Kind of Funny talk about the handheld, and they seem very doubtful of it. Why are they doubtful of it? Phantom Blade Zero is about to be hyped. Phantom Blade Zero looks really good. It looks really good. Absolutely. Dude, oh my god, man. I don't know why I look for this stuff. I don't know why I look for it. Holy shit, dude. I don't know why I look for this stuff. There's look at these threads of people. Sorry, I'm just totally distracted at the moment. Yo, it's gonna be bad. Like, it's gonna be real bad. It's like there's like no wonder why. I'm like sitting here, I'm like wondering, like why am I catching these strays, bro? And it's because the exact group of people that you would expect, the exact group of people that you would expect, are out here. They're fucking ready. They're like this PlayStation handheld is gonna be Sony's Xbox Series S. And it's like, oh man, like I don't. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I think it hinges on the mandate. I really think that's the. Yeah, we talked about that, Mr. B. That's not good. We talked about that. PlayStation bled and they're coming out like sharks. You think that's what kind of, or you're saying that's what kind of funny games we're saying? It's sad, dude. Like, this is what this is what's crazy about these people is that, like, the amount of people that I see, and I'm referring to people who I wouldn't necessarily quantify as nobodies. I wouldn't say it's like people with no following. Some of them have small followings, some of them medium to large followings. But what bothers me is it's like the wolf in sheep's clothing type situation where the amount of people that I met with or that I come across that they are very loudly or aggressively expressing how it's like we need a console future, or not just a console future, but a gaming future where there are no more walls. Like there are no more exclusives. Exclusives are bad. There's no more, uh, there's no more taking shots at any console or console manufacturer. There's no more dunking on either side. Like they really posture themselves as like we're above this now and we're better than this and we don't do this anymore. But they then take this position of like now we're going to go shame those who are doing it. And so ultimately what they end up doing is taking this position of being ultra passive aggressive, and it is like painfully obvious like, oh no, you more than anybody need the console wars, and worse than that is you want them. Like you want the console wars, you want the fanboyism, you want the toxicity, you want it all because you can't help yourself. Now granted, I've been there a couple times, but eventually I realized that like maybe it is better to just kind of actually walk away from it, because it's like, well, if you're just going to be passive aggressive, you're still being aggressive. You know what I mean? Like you're just taking your approach is from a different angle. And if you're still involved with it, then what was really achieved here? It's like, well, we're trying to, we're trying to shame those who are doing it. It's like, but you are so much bigger and better, or at least you're supposed to be. And I understand that what I'm saying can apply to me as well. But it's just interesting. Yeah, that's true. It's part of the engagement and the grind for it. That's absolutely true. Oh shit, Rich Rod made a an AI song about Ghost of Yote. Is this a good Rich Rod? Is this a positive Ghost of Yote song or a negative one? Because I'm actually pretty excited for this game. It's a fusion. Oh god. Nothing is real on the internet, dudes. It's not about Yote. What's it about? Oh, it's on the Yote post. I don't know if it'll show up, dude. Butcher's like, please don't trash Yote, man. All right, let me see. Which Ghost of Yotei post is it under? I'll only play it if we get to 50 members, bro. Rich, you gotta start pushing. You gotta start encouraging, man. Although I don't even think it's gonna show up, Rich Rod. I just checked my Ghost of Yotei post. It's not letting your stuff show anymore. I'm not even kidding. It's on my end, it's not showing up. On the sequel tweet, right? I'm clicking it right now. I'll scroll through it slow. There is this one post here that says this post is unavailable. Learn more. I'm pretty sure that's your post, Rich. Because there's nothing else. Rich, I don't know how we're going to figure this out. Check the Lost Soul Aside one then. He's like, I'm going to post it everywhere. I'm literally making him become a spam bot. Leia said she wants to hear it. All right, I'll check the Lost Soul post and see if it comes up. I'm looking. It's this post is unavailable. Learn more. Rich, it has I'm not even kidding. Twitter has auto deleted your posts. It's okay though. I forgot. I can still search you. Give me your handle one more time. And I'm only playing it if we get to 50 members. Last chance. Need 10 more. Can we do it? I'm gonna play the song. I'll do reps while we play the song. Y'all be commenting but not pressing the like button. It's wild. Oh, Ray, hold on. Ray's got it. MBG reigns supreme. Oh my god. Yo, Rich Rod made wait. Yeah, Rich Rod made a song called MBG reigns supreme. There ain't no way. Well, it's got to be a celebratory song. Rich MBG banned you low key. No, I swear I didn't. I swear I didn't. Twitter will automatically do that if they detect you're like spamming or something, or if they think you're spamming. MBG, I think the people that posture their stances were greater than exclusivity fail to see the people that posture their stance for exclusivity as anything but fanboys. It's a narrow-minded perspective. Well, that's the commonality that I've noticed, Tarnished. To be honest, like, I've noticed that the more open-minded I've become and the more willing I've become to listen and hear other people out, I learned that really all you're going to hear most of the time are those types of people. The narrow-minded, loud, in-your-face people who they need to be. If they try to express themselves in a more mature manner, or just a calmer manner, or in a less aggressive manner, they would not be taken seriously. I don't know why if not taken seriously, they would not be heard. And you could make the argument that that's why they are the way they are, but it's like, it's maybe because what you're saying isn't actually that, like, it's you're not really bringing anything that great to the table. And the fact that you need to, again, posture yourself that way and be so boisterous about it and be so volatile about it is kind of the proof. You know what I mean? Yeah, like the huffing and puffing mentality, or if not the huffing and puffing, if not the aggression, the passive aggressive, nature that comes with it. We're just gonna all laugh about it and pretend it's one big joke, and it's like, well, which is it? Because you're out here being very expressive. You're out here making it clear that you're passionate enough to create content on it and to, surround yourself with it, but then you play it down. You know what I'm saying? It's like, we all know how this works at the end of the day. The hypocrisy, the people who claim to be highlighting the hypocrisy of others are just as guilty of being hypocritical. They're just, they truly, like, no joke, they are just truly better at hiding it. And in some cases, they're not. But if they were to come out and actually try to be real and, I mean, truly authentic and genuine to a degree where it's like, we're not playing these games anymore. They won't do that because they know you will get fucking crushed. Not by anybody else, but under your own weight. Because people will realize, like, oh, wait, hold on. What about this? And what about that? What about all those things you said? And it's like, well, I think the only other alternative here is that, and this is where the term, this is where people throw the term grift, right? They throw that around. And, that's an overused term at this point, but it's because there's too much of it going on. The only other alternative is it turns out you really don't care. It turns out you're not actually passionate. You don't actually care. You're just here to make a quick buck. That's the only reason. And don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not going to sit here and posture myself as if I'm not part of the YouTube race. I don't want viewership. Who cares about that? Like, I'm literally here on YouTube to get viewership, to get support. That's not something that's hidden. You know what I mean? It's literally in front of everybody, as is the case for everybody else out there. But it's just like, I think the scary reality, the scary truth, when you say it's scary, it's not scary. It's disturbing because it's like, wow, is that there are an unbelievable amount of people, again, a disturbing amount of people that are so deeply involved in this space that we occupy that don't give a shit about video games or their level of passion or care that they express is actually so paper thin that, that the only thing they can do to mask it is by being over the top, is by being loud, is by being hyperbolic, is by being aggressive or passive aggressive or whatever. That's the only thing they can do to mask it. Because if they don't do that, people are going to realize, like, dude, who are you again? Like, wait, why are you speaking with such authority? And that is the name of the game. That is the name of the game. The name of the game is you have to, it doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what you're talking about. It's all a matter of the way you posture yourself, it's not what you say, it's how you say it, what you choose to shine a light on versus what you choose to hide. You are the filter. This is content in 2025. This is becoming widely accepted. It's becoming widely accepted. And that's why it's interesting, because I notice as I try to go against that as best I can anyway, I try to go against that. Not, sometimes I'm more successful than other times. But it's like, the more I try to go against it, the more open-minded I try to be. And the more I actually try to embrace this idea of, like, you know what? Fuck all the noise and fuck the stupid opinions of so many people who have no idea what they're talking about. They have no sense whatsoever. Let's just consider all angles. The more I do that, the more aggressive certain people get. And that to me is like, I see you. I see you. Like, you're revealing yourself. Maybe not intentionally, but it's like you are, like, unintentionally revealing your hand. where it's like, I don't get it. What's so wrong about like, I'll put it to you this way. You ready? There, like years ago, when there was the build up to the new consoles and shit, dude, one of the big things that people were convinced of, and they didn't believe me. They didn't believe me. You know, they really had this kind of bad faith approach to me. And I understand, you know, it's not that I didn't understand it, but like I was really fucking like harsh on Xbox, right? Was really harsh on Xbox, really up on PlayStation. And the biggest thing that I always stood by when it comes to, well, like, why are you this harsh on Xbox? And I've always stated it's because they need to do a better job. They need to get better. And the biggest thing they need to get better at is making games, making good games, and supporting their console, but making better games, you know? And, you know, there was this whole period of time where they were trying to do that and they were failing miserably. And I was there to like be like, what the fuck, dude? Like, what is this? What are you guys doing? And the big thing that people, I would say, they angled this against me. They're like, you and the people who follow you, MBG, just want to see Xbox go away. You know, like you just want to see Xbox go away and be gone. And look, I can't speak for members of my audience. Like I know for a fact there are people, not just who follow me, but generally speaking, where yeah, they do feel that way. Like they genuinely want to see Xbox as a brand disappear. Those people do exist. Absolutely. But what was always interesting to me is how people impose that on me. Where it's like, what you mean, MBG, you don't want to see Microsoft make better games. What you mean to say is you want to see them disappear. And you know what the craziest part about it is? The craziest part about it is these people were saying this as I was getting every achievement on Forza Horizon 4 on my Xbox, bro. As I was hyping up Hellblade 2 alongside, you know, when they announced the Game Awards in 2020 or 2019. As I'm over here being like, I really hope State of Decay 3 turns out to be as good as I dream it to be, right? And this is what these people would say. And I'm like, you know what? I figured it out. It's not that you want me to go away because that would be easier for you. Because you don't have the same issues with Microsoft or with Xbox that I do. And, you know, a lot of people at the time, I would say, agreed with what I was saying. And the realization was, you want me to stop pointing this stuff out. And what their response every time is, no, you got to keep the same energy. And it's been proven that I'm correct. Believe it or not, it's been proven that I'm correct because like if you look out there and you look at any of these people that seemingly have so much to say about what I said here or what I said there, they will be the ones that claim that you need to stop fanboying. You need to be fair. You need to keep that same energy. And when that happens, they turn a blind eye to it. They completely shun it. It's as if it doesn't exist. And I have to ask myself, like, well, why is that? Well, the obvious reason is because if they, you know, their whole thing falls apart. If they do that. But you know what the greatest irony in all of this is? The greatest irony is that what I actually said prior actually held true. And the proof is, again, like if I refer to You know, people will be like, well, you don't like Xbox. You'll never like Xbox. You hate Xbox. You're just a hater and you want them to go away. And all you want to do is shit on it. I'm like, here's Hellblade 2. Here's Hellblade 2. You know? What about that? What about the fact that I went out of my way to play Hellblade 2 and praise it, and while still having criticisms, basically was nowhere near on the level of how most other people felt? What about that? And you know what? That doesn't exist in these conversations. And the reason why that doesn't exist is because those people that I'm referring to, whether they're random internet trolls, YouTubers, whatever, they can't have that exist. It's just like why I know I like crashed out on that tweet the other day. And it was an overreaction, certainly, but it came from a place of frustration, because what did I show you guys? I showed you somebody on a public facing manner getting proven, like they were literally proven in real time. Here's the fucking receipt, buddy. Multiple receipts of you're wrong. You're not just wrong because I'm saying you're wrong. You're wrong because here are the fucking receipts. And it didn't matter. Didn't change anything. Because that's what I need. I need that to be understood. And I know a lot of you guys understand that. And there are plenty of people out there that do understand this, that this is a house of cards with these people. It's a house of cards. It's got no foundation. It's unstable, and it's going to collapse on one day. And it's going to come down on all of them. Because that's the thing, is when the day comes where they have no choice but to acknowledge these things that I and many others try to put forth, like, you make this claim, you make this statement, here is something that completely counters it, and you will ignore. And it even goes as far, and this is the most dangerous, because I see this as well. The most dangerous thing, and why, again, I was so revved up when I was pointing out that string of tweets, you know, and those responses. The reason I was so revved up is because that person who was proven wrong, factually, objectively, you are wrong. You can't deny it. You have to take the L. And you know what? All you need to do is just say, "Whoa, my bad, I didn't know." All right, my bad. That's all you need to do, because the proof is there. The proof has been presented. And instead, do you know what they do? And this is where things get dangerous. Not just in this space, but generally speaking, because you're seeing more and more people do this. Rather than taking accountability, rather than taking a step back and being like, you know what? My bad. Yeah, I overstepped. I'm wrong. You know, it happens. We're all wrong. Sometimes, maybe a lot of times. They just say, LOL, no. No way. I'm rejecting that. I'm not allowing you to knock down this house of cards. Not going to happen. And the craziest thing that I witness these days is that more and more people are doing that, and they're just allowed to do it. And nobody is stepping in. Like, nothing's being done about it. It's just like, yeah, man, keep just saying things. Keep just ignoring things. And just keep that house of cards going hot. You know, keep it going. And I just have to question, like, how long can this really go? Now, sometimes these things last for a while. It can take a while, you know? Wait, hold on. The Xbox dude, he is going life and death with on X. Bro, what? Titus, I'm sorry, man. I don't even know what you're talking about. I know I'm going on some kind of, like, you know, diatribe right now, but it's just because this is where we are. And it's a shame because it proves to you that there are so many people out there. And it's especially shameful when you see people who actually have followings and actually have influence, you know, like they clearly have some level of potential, but it's just it comes truly from a bad place or just a deceitful place where it's like you get people that come out here and they're like, I'm going to show you what's wrong, and we're going to encourage people to not be like this and to be better than this. They'll do that, but then do everything they can to keep the status quo for their own sake. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. And I just wish more people could wake up and see that. And I don't know when they're going to do that. I don't know when that's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I still hope for that day because it's got to be coming at some point. At some point where it's like people are going to wake up and realize like, actually and that's why I'm referring back to this Xbox stuff, because as things have changed, notice how I have actually embraced Xbox in numerous ways. I've embraced Xbox in ways that did hurt my channel, in the sense that people were like, bro, we don't care about this. It's like, well, I do. I do. And that's the difference. You won't see them do that. You won't. And if they were to ever attempt to do it, it comes off so forced and cringe in a lot of the times. It's like, and you know, I guess I feel the need to just kind of highlight this a little bit because it continues. It just keeps going. You know, it's like the merry-go-round. MBG, it'll ruin the viewership and fan base they garnered. Ain't got time, to be honest. Well, yeah, that's the thing, Tarnished. You know, people think that it's crazy to me that the people who criticize me the hardest, it's crazy to me that they can just blatantly reveal their intention. They can just make claims with nothing to back it up. And what I'm referring to is like, I'll get people that kind of make it seem like, well, you're only talking about Xbox or being this way towards Xbox because you have to, because they're bringing their games to PlayStation. But you know what they'll say in the same breath? They'll say, but you were also the Xbox fanboy that switched over to PlayStation. And it's like, think about what you just said. Like, really think about it for longer than just a couple of seconds, because I know you're banking on your audience not thinking about it for more than a couple of seconds, but let's just do it together. Think about what you just said. You just said that I'm only accepting and embracing Xbox because they're now on PlayStation because I used to be an Xbox fanboy or I used to be an Xbox player. So you basically say in the same breath that I did embrace Xbox. I was a fan of Xbox. They lost me. Then they come to PlayStation where I play now. And so I decide, okay, this is fine. That's what you're saying. Like it's just crazy to me how people can point. And you know what they do? They're like, well, we don't need to explain anything because remember that tweet you put out? You see what I'm saying? Like if they pull a receipt, well, you're done. You can't say shit. But if I pull a receipt, whether it be even if it's just for some random person on Twitter, like, nah, bro. And it reveals the truth of it all. It's that they need the drama. They need the friction. They need the back and forth. They want it. They crave it. It's all they have. And I just, I think at the end of the day, if we're existing in a space where it's like, well, what are we really trying to achieve here? Why are we here? Well, I can only answer that for myself, but I'll tell you, man, I come across some people where it's like, I have a pretty good idea of why they're here. I have a pretty good idea. And it's really sad that not enough people seemingly can see that for what it is. Like, you really can't see that, or they just don't care. Eventually, that's going to change. Again, that will change. I just don't know when. But yeah, it's just it's where we are now with things, It's kind of ironic how the console wars are over. Sony and Microsoft have embraced each other to a degree. They shake hands. They share games with one another. More Xbox and PlayStation, but I digress. And it's interesting to me how I can be the one to come out and be like, yeah, okay, this is cool. Let's see what happens. Why not? But yet I'm still the problem. Isn't it funny how that works? Right? Isn't it funny how you still see people coming out today and they're like, but what about the theory death? What about what you said about the theory death? And it's like, I don't understand you people. You're out here crying, bitching, and moaning day in and day out about how we all got to hold hands and sing Kumbaya, and we're finally getting ready to do it. And you're like, wait, hold on. Hold on, though. That's what I don't understand. And this is why it's like hard for me not to point that out. Like, do people not see this shit? Do they not see that these are wolves in sheep's clothing? They don't give a fuck. They don't want Spider-Man. They don't want any of that shit. They make it seem like they do, but no, they want it for one reason and one reason only. And believe me when I tell you, it's not because they want to enjoy the game. Because you know what I did? I bought Gears of War. You know why I bought Gears of War? Because I played the first Gears of War. I thought it was a good game. Played it on the Xbox 360. Am I out here weaponizing it? Am I holding it in front of you, be like, oh, we got fucking Gears on PlayStation. Suck it. No, actually. All I did was say I'm just going to support the game and buy myself a copy. Pretty cool. Cool times. You never know, though. You never know. Because if you go listen to any of these people out there, you know what they'll tell you? Nah, you'll buy Gears now that it's on PlayStation. It's like, I was there. I had a 360. I even had an Xbox One. Telling you, man, I could go buy a Series X, hook that shit up, play games on it, subscribe to Game Pass, and you would still see these people. They would still find a way to explain to you and to your mother why, nah, not that guy. That guy hates Xbox. It's crazy. It's crazy, dude. And I understand. I do want to follow this up. And again, this is where I will be real about it. Can you find content on my channel of me losing my mind at Xbox? Absolutely can. Oh, hell yeah, you can. It's right there. It's recorded. It's not gone. You can certainly find it. Now, follow-up question. Can you find similar content to me losing my mind at PlayStation? The answer is yes. The answer is abso-fucking-lutely yes. Somebody will then say, well, how come there's probably more of that content geared towards Xbox and not PlayStation? How come it's not evenly distributed? And I have to genuinely ask that person, are you actually mentally retarded? This is a real question. The answer can be yes, and I would understand. That's a question so moronic. That's an accusation so moronic that I don't even think it's worthy of a response. I mean, honestly, I don't think it's worthy of a response. Like, why do you like this thing more than the other thing? Hmm? Hmm? Why? MBG, they'll get angrier once you agree with them. There's no point. They'll try to pry for more questions to see if you'll further agree with them. And then after that, they'll still label you. I know. I know. I know the games they play. Whoa, whoa. I'm not crashing out, bro. I'm not crashing out. No, it's just because it's like, I just want people to identify it for what it is. Wait, Titus, are you asking AI about me? In 2023, MBG sparked criticism within the gaming community for comments made in a video where he downplayed Xbox affiliate creators, accusing some of being toxic and lowlifes. Not much has changed. Not much has changed. Not much has changed, man. To be honest, I don't really have much of a problem with the Xbox fanboys. And you know why? I don't have as much of a problem with them because I feel like, yeah, they just kind of embrace what they are usually. There are some people that still try to hide behind some, tissue paper thin mask or some shit, which is like, why are you even bothering doing that? But I think what really bothers me are the people who, again, like basically claim to be completely outside of it and yet roll around in that mud, bro. They have the most mud on them, you know? And it's like, if you claim to be so much better and above something, but dive head fucking first into it every opportunity you get, what are you really trying to say? I think what you're really trying to say and what you're really displaying is you are in complete denial. You love it more than anybody. Now, I think we should understand the place that MBG is in. He's a content creator. He puts his name and face out there. He can be a target for many grifters and clowns. It's okay to get antsy about it. Well, I mean, trust me, there are times where I've gotten angry and, upset about it. But then I'm like, I try to understand from the other person's perspective. I am an empathetic person, believe it or not. I am. And I can kind of, the idea of empathizing with your enemy or whatever. And it's like, yeah, I'm very much capable of doing that. And that's the thing, man, is I realize, like, when I truly like peel the layers back, it's like the people doing this are very sad. I mean, they'll never admit that. They'll never let that show through. They'll never drop it down to a real level, that I would be willing to get down to. They're very sad. And they're sad because they are, they're in the same position that I'm probably in, that you're in, where it's just like, at the end of the day, man, none of us really asked to be in this exact position. We didn't ask to be born into this system and, born into a system where we have no control over, or very minimal control over any outcome. And we have pretty much no control over hardly anything, really. We have very little agency, truly. And I think people surround themselves, these people, they have to kind of, and I know because I've been there, it's like you have to kind of, again, you have to ask yourself, what is with the posturing? Why are you posturing yourself this way? And it's because they need to. It's a protection thing. It's a protection thing, and all the laughter, all the smiles, and I get it, man, because it's hard. Like, what's your alternative? Like to dwell in it and to be depressed in front of everybody, and like, who wants to see that, right? And I get it, I totally get it, but at the same time, I think there's a level of responsibility, or there should be some level of responsibility that I think anybody who has a large or medium to large following, you have to understand that, like, dude, you have a following. you know? And whatever you display, people are going to emulate that. You're giving the signal to people that this is okay. And again, this is where I am big enough to be able to say I've definitely made a couple, maybe more than a couple mistakes where I've made it clear to people that, yeah, it's okay to do this or it's okay to do that. And I realize, you know what, actually, this is pretty detrimental. This is pretty deleterious, actually. And it's easy to get caught up in that because when things are, when people are like, yeah, this is great, it's intoxicating. You get overcome by it where it's like, yeah, man, if they're saying it's okay, then, and I think it's okay, then it's okay. And it's like, well, you know, maybe not all the time, it's a complicated thing. It's not exclusive to this space. It's everywhere. And I don't know, man. I understand. It's kind of like what was it? I think Tarnished, you said it earlier. Somebody said it where it's all about the rage bait, the hate bait, the just getting clicks. And I see what things have turned into. And I have fought very hard. And sometimes it feels like I'm losing the battle. I fought very hard to like get the fuck away from that because that shit sucks and ruins it all. It's ruined it. It's completely ruined it. Titus, you're saying I grew up. Well, that's the thing, man. Is like it feels that way sometimes, but it also feels like part of the reason that happens so abruptly and so quickly is because I realize like I see it in front of me. I follow this. I'm on social media more than I should be, and YouTube is social media just as much as Twitter, just as much as Reddit, so on and so forth. And I just see like, man, this is there's so like, how is it dropping further? How is it reducing further? And I see where it's going. I've seen it. Like I watched it in real time. And, the truth is, yes, to a degree, I am also at the mercy of it. I don't want to be, and I want to believe I'm outside of it. But it's like, no, I'm still here. Like I'm still doing this. I'm still part of it. I just try to have some, even if it's just this kind of hard-headed approach to faith of like, it can't go on like this. Like something's got to change. And I know something's going to break and I know not everybody's going to make it. And I just hope that, when that happens, it's an even break. It's a fair break. It's the people who don't make it, the people who do, go under or whatever it might be, that it's like, they kind of had it coming. Like it was a long time coming, whatever it might be. Yeah, everybody's going to get humbled at some point. It's unavoidable. Everybody's going to get humbled. It does not matter who you are, who you think you are, what position you're in, how safe you think you are, you will get humbled. And there are people that cannot survive that. There are people that the humbling equates to the end for them. And I think this is just why I'm eager to see more of that happen in this space in particular that I dwell in, because once everybody's humbled, the only people that are going to be left are people that are like, you know what, man, I've been there and there's a better way. And if we can all get to that point, it's hard though, because like for every good person, for every misguided person that gets humbled, there's another one to take their place. There's like three more to take their place that like are just even worse, and they like humbling them is not even a possibility. I don't know. We have Groove in here saying, could it be that you've been so harsh against Xboxes, and that their fans are not coming back? Like there's a permanent, so you're basically saying like there's a permanent beef. It's possible. Like I understand that angle too, Piper, where it's like, oh yeah, now you're all happy and happy-go-lucky towards Xbox because they're coming to PlayStation now, and they're gonna give you a review code for Forza Horizon or whatever. So now you love Xbox, and people will say like, maybe it's not Xbox you want to see die. You want to see the Xbox console die. And it's like, well, I think it would be unfair for people to hold on to that as a reason, because the truth is, like, I've always said, like, if Microsoft got better at making games, and I know that's not an easy thing, but if they really got their shit together, they would sell Xboxes. And it would be a much more interesting console generation to see Sony and Microsoft going at each other again. Like, hey, man, we did sell 70 million Xboxes, and Sony sells 85 million PlayStations. Like, that's cool, because they're fighting it out, man. But yeah, I mean, to what you're saying, there are people. Yeah, dude. Like, there were people who were waiting for Xbox for the tide to shift, or for the tables to turn. Where now PlayStation, now they're the ones on the back foot, and it's ironic because, like, they're kind of not, but it's like today I see certain groups of people taking the opportunity today to clown on Lost Soul side, and that's fine. It's necessary. Like, we need to get past this, because it's like, well, what about when Redfall came out, MBG? It's like, what do you want me to tell? Do you want me to tell you that I clowned on Redfall, that I made a big example of Redfall and I freaked the fuck out on it? Yeah. You're going to sit here and tell me I was the only one? I don't think so. But I get it. I'm the PlayStation fanboy. I seized the opportunity. Fine. I'm guilty. I understand. And I the only thing I will say to my defense, and I always mention this because it's true, and you would never see this clipped, even in the midst of that stream, even in the midst of that Redfall stream, that fateful day, I still said, you know what? There's somebody out there right now. And I said it dead serious. There's somebody out there right now playing Redfall, and they're enjoying it. And who am I to say that they shouldn't? That's not my place. I will never tell somebody they shouldn't enjoy a video game if they're enjoying a video game. My beef is with Microsoft, not the player. I did say that. And again, you'll never see that clipped, but that exists. You can find that on that stream. And yeah, my beef is with Microsoft. My beef was with, like, come on, man. But that's the thing, is like, well, did you keep that same energy with Concord? And oh boy, you better believe I did. Did you keep that same energy when Bungie had layoffs? And that's the thing, man. Like, this is where I'm saying, like, I think I have improved. Genuinely, I think I have improved. I think I've proven, at least by this point, that, like, yeah, I actually do a lot of times keep the same energy. The next thing I'm seeing pop up now is, like, the whole Series S shit, like, which sprung on this whole conversation, which I'm going on for almost another hour, but it was the whole Series S stuff, with the PS6 handheld now. And it's like, listen, man, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I didn't express great disdain, concern, and frustration about the Series S, and talk about how it's holding back the gen and it's a problem. I'm not going to pretend that I didn't do that. However, I do feel like we need to acknowledge that there are differences. And see, that's the thing that people will reject. No, there isn't. No, there isn't. You need to keep the exact same energy because things are exactly the same. But no, they're not. And the person claiming that is the one who is objectively wrong. You cannot go into the PlayStation 6 and the next Xbox generation saying, this is exactly the same as the PS5 and Xbox Series generation. No, it is not. That would be like saying the PS5 and Xbox Series generation is exactly the same as the PS4 and the Xbox One and the 360 and PS3, etc. It's not. They're different every time, and they have certain permutations and parameters that, and frankly, just surprises, for better or for worse, that exist in that vacuum because it's in a specific time and place, and it's the context that surrounds it all that matters. And yes, the context of Sony making a portable PlayStation that is going to be basically the power level of a PS5 knowing that the PS5 is going to have games made for it for the next 10 fucking years after the PS6 comes out is very important context because everybody accepts that. Everybody knows that's happening. You compare that to going into the Xbox Series generation and the PS5 generation, you did not see that. People were very concerned about cross-gen, myself included. People were expecting there was going to be no cross-gen. There were question marks everywhere with no answers. And when we found out games like Horizon and God of War were cross-gen, people were getting frustrated. People were getting frustrated at Microsoft saying they're going to support cross-gen. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's not where we are today. People are not questioning if cross-gen is going to be a thing with the next consoles. Hold on. What the fuck? Hold on. Hold on one second, guys. I have a problem on my hands. Festival. I think I just, hold on. I think certain, I just got like a mass copyright thing. And I'm trying to see if it's all the same video. It is. Oh, wow. Okay. It's all the same. Yep. Okay. Not a huge deal. I'm gonna have to take care of that later. Sorry, I just got thrown off for a second there because I just checked my phone and I had like 8 or 9 copyright claims. I'm like, what the fuck? It's for a bunch of my news videos. There's like this one specific clip. I think it's a Forza clip. I'm not even kidding. I gotta double check. I think it's from Forza. Um, see details. See, 3 million units. Yep. Yep. It's from Forza. Dude, it's
This
the
data is
Forza
even
clip.
remotely accurate.
What? That's crazy. And they're like blocking it. Okay. No, I don't think it says it's not Microsoft claiming it or Xbox. It's something else. It's Turbo Festival. I think it might be a song that's used in this trailer, but the trailer's muted, but I guess it can still detect it or something. It's weird. Yeah, I'm gonna have to sort that out. That was just really unexpected to see. But that totally threw me off. I don't even remember what we were talking about. What was I saying? Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm probably just once again wasting my breath on all this, though. You know, like I say these things, but I don't. I was saying Xbox sucks. Yeah, let me go let me go check something real quick. Hold on. Let's do it while I'm live. Why not? Sorry, guys. I don't mean to be radio silent, but I'm just trying to take care of this, but because I'll end up walking away from it and forgetting. So why not just take care of it now? I'm gonna have to trim out some of these segments. All right. All right. Well, that'll do what it's got to do, I guess. Weird. Very weird. Don't think I've ever had that happen before. I was talking about people trolling me. Well, I mean, trolls are going to troll, No, actually, I'm not going to be getting the Ghost of Yote DualSense or plates or anything like that. I mean, like, the next game, if they do something for Saros, maybe. If they do something for Wolverine, I'll probably get that. But I think I'm pretty much tapped out this generation. Like, I bought so many DualSenses. I bought so much stuff. And it's like, I don't know, man. I gotta cool it. I think the last thing I bought was the Astrobot control. I didn't even buy the Death Stranding DualSense, where I'm just like, it's too much. I think it's cool, though. Like, I kind of want them to do something for, I want them to do something for Wolverine. That'd be cool. But, damn, Isley. I have a 3-day weekend, not 1 minute will be gaming. Damn. By the way, guys, I mean, I guess at this point we'll go to the 4-hour mark, Last call again. Can we hit 50 members? We're at 40. We need 10 more. Who's going to pull through? Somebody's going to do it. Somebody's got to do it, right? Yeah, that sucks, man. Having a 3-day weekend, but no, can't get any gaming in. That sucks. Have I had a DualSense yet that has died or appears to be dying? I had this one DualSense that was Mrs. MBG's. I bought her a pink one, and it just it was the only controller that it didn't like die, but the sticks were fucked. Like, I mean, it was like beyond stick drift. Like, it just like didn't work. I don't know what happened to it. I almost think it was like defective or something. But Butcher says more members and likes. Y'all, come on. Well, it's a Friday afternoon. It's gonna be Friday evening soon. I noticed ever since, and I don't know if it's just me. I'm sure it's not just me, but I noticed ever since Gamescom ended, like, things really took like a turn. Like, where it's like, okay, like everything's just in slow motion now. I think that's relatively normal. This happens at least once, maybe twice a summer. I think this summer, this is the first time it's happened. And it's usually July it happens, but July had big things going on, and the beginning of August was pretty good. But there's always that kind of really down period where things are just very slow and very sluggish, and it's usually indicative of, I don't want to say a calm before the storm, but kind of the recharging of the batteries, and things are about to start picking up again. I'm assuming that's what will happen in September. I could be wrong. We'll see what happens. But MBG, remember in MGS3 you can blow up your enemy's food storage? I did that. Yep. I blew up their chopper. I blew up their munitions, their food storage, their everything. It was funny because, like, I almost got caught too. I love MGS3, man. It'll pick back up in the fall. Oh, yeah, for sure. Sony's 3-hour September showcase featuring 2 hours of marathon, 1 hour of Herman Hulst telling us his journey to platinum Ghost of Tsushima. Hopefully we get that Nintendo Direct. Yeah, apparently there's going to be a big Nintendo Direct on September 12th. But yeah, Sony's going to be doing something in September. And my question, I'm hoping we'll get some insight into this. My question is whether or not it's going to be big. Like, is it going to be something like low key, or is it going to be something big? I think that's really what what we want to know. And I think it could still be good if it's just the state of play. I think most people are expecting a state of play, but I don't know, man. Let's be honest. Like PS5 sales are starting to slow down. I mean, you kind of imagine they're going to want to pump things up a little bit, just a little bit. We need 2 hours of Cerny. Oh man. People are waiting for GTA. Yeah, it does seem that way. You don't think PlayStation will have a banger this year? 2026 will be huge. My gut feeling, honestly. I still have very high hopes for Ghost of Yotei. I mean, I understand like the one area of Ghost of of Ghost of Yote that I think it would have went a long way in making people feel even better about it, because I see this critique of it and I think it's a fair critique. I do. They're like, Ghost of Yote doesn't look like a next gen leap compared to Tsushima, but it's a PS5 only game. And I feel like it looks great. Like, to be clear, I think Ghost of Yote's graphics look amazing and the art style looks incredible. But I do think this game would have benefited more so if they were able to get more out of it graphically. But then, at the same time, I feel like people are always making it sound like, oh, we don't want to have to wait 7 or 8 years for a game. And, we don't want all the emphasis and all the budget to go on photorealistic graphics. But this is what I mean. It's like, okay, well, here's Ghost of Yote. It looks slightly improved graphically from Tsushima. And you see people complaining about it. And it's like, well, what do we want here then? I don't understand what we want here. I don't know how I'm going to approach that, MacTube. It's been a long time. Yeah, there's a few different ways to beat him. I'm just going to... The one thing I know I want to do is try to hold him up to get his camo. But yeah, I can't remember how I used to do it. Do you think they still have that feature where you can like save the game and walk away for a long time and come back and he'll just... I'm not going to spoil it. Somebody's going to find that out, right? Somebody. Guys, we're counting down now. We have 5 minutes. 5-minute warning. We're not going to be able to do it. We're not going to be able to get that 10. I tried. Oh, they did confirm it still works. That's so funny. That's the craziest way to beat a boss, dude. I don't know if there's a crazier thing I've seen in a game as a means to actually defeat a boss. I wonder if somebody's going to intentionally go out of their way to do that, though. Like, I wonder how long was it you had to wait? Wasn't it like a couple weeks or something? Development time frames are just too long, so people have such high expectations. Do you think after Venom, Wolverine, and Spider-Man 3, they will make a whole Marvel gaming universe? Well, apparently they're going to make an X-Men game. Oh, it's 2 weeks. Okay, 2 weeks. That's funny. Damn, bro. But yeah, apparently they have a, if all goes according to plan, they have an X-Men game that they're working on, or that will happen. I think the timeline is pushed back, but that is the plan. The industry needs GTA 6. It definitely does. Yeah, it does. The base Series X is $600 now. Why did I forget that? Butcher says, anyone want to buy my Xbox? MBG, don't focus on the people complaining. Focus on the people who are excited about Yote. Yeah, I know. It's a flaw I have, man. Like, this is why I need to engage less and interact less. It's very difficult for me, though. I am just that person where, like, if you give me 10 positive replies, but there's one negative reply that has, like, more upvotes or something, like, I'm going to focus on that. And I know that that's another reason why I have to deal with so many trolls. But I like to think I'm slowly improving, and eventually I will get to that point where it's like it doesn't matter, you know? Like, who gives a shit? You keep forgetting about your PSVR 2? Yeah, I saw that. PSSR is now available on PSVR 2 for, I think it's No Man's Sky. That's very cool. I'm still wondering if Resident Evil 9 is going to get a VR update. If they announce that, I think I'll break out the VR 2 again. I don't know. That shit gives me such a headache. It's so cool, but it gives me the worst headache. MBG, get that PO box. I'll send you an Xbox and you can stream it live. Like, I don't want this shit. MBG, Sony got rid of PSVR 2 on the store. You have to filter it to find it. Oh, no. I didn't know that. Oh, no. Well, can't say I'm that surprised, right? Can't say I'm that surprised. Damn. Well, all right. Guys, I'm going to segue to the outro now. I think it's that time. We're about to hit the 4-hour mark. I tried to get us to the 50 mark, but sometimes it's not meant to be. But with that being said, we still got 40 members, which is great to see. So to everybody who dropped a membership gift today or became a member, thank you so much for that. I'm totally fan funded. I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible. And even during a low tide like this and when there's not a whole lot going on, I still appreciate you guys showing up and showing support. Also want to give a big thank you to anybody who dropped any super chats or direct donations. Yes, even Rich Rod. I appreciate it, man. It definitely helps. And so, yeah, that pretty much concludes this live stream. I did put a video out earlier. Again, don't think it's doing too great because there's just not a whole lot going on right now, man. And I'm trying my best to keep the content flowing. Going to be probably taking off tomorrow and hopefully coming back Sunday. We'll see what we can talk about on Sunday. We'll see what pops up, if anything. And yeah, I also want to make sure to give a shout out to Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter does the timestamps for the streams. So if you guys see him in the comments, give him some love, show him some thanks. I know he appreciates it. And yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true, Chris. Yeah, I'll try not to party too hard, Wes. All right. Oh, wait, hold on, though. Hold on. Literally, as I was about to hit the end button, Pushing Polygons comes in and he says, wait, a glimmer of hope. Pushing Polygons really waited till the last second. I think he did it on purpose. He drops a single member gift. It's because he knows. Pushing Polygons knows that every single member gift increases the stream by 2 minutes. I said 5 minutes last time. That was a mistake. Now Butcher's like 9 more, guys. Pushing Polygons, thank you for that, man.
Appreciate it.
All right, let me add that to the goal. So yeah, I'll give it another 2 minutes. We'll see. We'll see if Pushing Polygons inspires anybody here. Still got 9 more, so drag it out for another hour. Yeah, just keep the stream going. Screw it. You know what? I'm just gonna walk away. I'll be back. You just drop gifts. Oh my god, that would suck, Solaire. Yeah, that would suck. But wait, there's more. Oh, it's all good, Ray. No, I don't want anybody to ever feel like pressured, like they have to donate or anything. I always tell people if you can spare, if it's within your means, it definitely helps. And Pushing Polygons comes in. He's like, you know what? I got to get us further. I got to get us there. We got to do it. 5 more. He dropped 6. He brings us to 46 and he sets you up. We might actually do it. This is unprecedented. Hold on one sec. Pushing Polygons, thank you. I'm sorry I had to walk away for a second there, but thank you so much for the 5 membership gifts, man. That brings us up to 46. And then Butcher comes in. Butcher says, wait, man, hold on. I got another gift for you. I got another gift bringing us to 47. And, I mean, we got to get it, dude. I don't know who's going to do it. I don't know if it's going to be 3 people. Usually when this happens, there's like multiple people fighting to get that 50th spot. Quickly do your formalities again. Wait, Tarnished, what was your last message? Let me see. I don't think it even showed up. Tarnished, it's all good. Sometimes it just doesn't show me certain messages for whatever reason. But yeah, man, Pushing Polygons and Butcher, they're out here. They're trying to do it. They're trying to get us to that 50 mark. I don't know. I got to hold out because we get this close. If I end it, someone's, you know what the thing is? Somebody's definitely watching the stream on a delay. They're watching the stream on a delay. I'll end it and they'll drop like 5 memberships like 10 minutes after the stream ended. That's always awkward. Oh, you're saying just politics in the chat, making fun of woke people or anti-woke people, making fun of woke people and anti-woke people. Listening to that new West Side Gun today. Yeah, I'm hoping we get. I'm just. My whole thing is I hope Sony has an exciting September because last September, and I keep referencing this, I know it's like a year ago at this point, but last September Sony went crazy. They had Astrobot, they had the Death Stranding event, they had the PS5 Pro reveal, and they had a State of Play. I mean, I don't think Sony's going to go that crazy again, but they're going to be at TGS. That's confirmed. We're hearing that they're going to do some kind of event, and we know that Ghost of Yote is coming the first week of October. So, I mean, things are looking like they can heat up pretty quick. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. And Pushing Polygon says, I'm going to do it myself, bro. Pushing Polygons is coming in clutch at the end of the stream. He did it. He said, you know what? I dropped 6. I'm going to drop the last 5 to get us over the 50 mark. I can play Rich Rod's song now, by the way. Pushing Polygons, thank you so much for that, man. That's very kind of you. And Butcher, you dropping that single. I know it's tough for a lot of people out there, and I know that there are a lot of people who would like to support if they were able to. And so for those of you who are able to and decide to, thank you so much. You know, I'm really grateful for the community we have here, and I'm grateful to be able to do this. And I'm always trying to maintain that gratitude. So Pushing Polygons, what can I say?
Holy shit. We would rather strive to achieve the impossible while remaining true to ourselves.
Gotta get that Die Hardman quote in there. So with that being said, we're going to play Rich Rod's song. I haven't heard this one yet, by the way. This one is called MBG Reigns Supreme. I'll get a couple of reps while we... It might be dangerous for me to do reps while I listen to this, because I don't know. Ray, you heard it? You said, oh, yeah, you're the one who linked it. Let's see. Let's see.
Hardest streamer, MBG reigns, crushes Xbox, melts their brains. Ugly fools, your console's weak, falling flat every tweak. Face the truth, hear my shout. Metal Gear Delta, no doubt. MBG, stand tall, don't fall. King of them all, you're ugly dog. Don't even start. MBG rules, tears you apart. MBG, stand tall, don't fall. Metal Gear's gold. Haters fold. MBG forever bold.
Bro. Wait, hold on. There's another song I think automatically playing. Okay, that was not Rich Rod's. Jesus. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I cringe at it only because it's like I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the lyricism there. I don't know how I feel about a song that goes hard like that about me or like my YouTube persona. It's new intro. I will say though, like the breakdown is pretty good. I like the outro. Not bad. I like when the double bass kicked in. That shit was sick. Embrace it. Yeah, maybe. I gotta get ripped, you know? I gotta get ripped and I gotta start playing that song and my intro will just be me doing reps, talking about how I'm gonna crush people. I'm just kidding. I'm not like aggressive like that though. Rich Rod's like, so you guys like it? I will say I like the metal aspect. That was pretty sick. We gotta get more. I don't know. It like that fit because it was like an aggressive. The lyrics were like aggressive, and so it being metal, it fit. A disgrace to metal. It's AI. I mean, it is what it is. You know. You do like Slipknot. You know, fucking. I don't know. Like what should. If we do like a Slipknot theme, what should actually be about though? You're telling me you like AI slop music? No. To be clear, I would not listen to this. No offense, but I would not listen to this stuff on my own. It's for something that's just generated in like a minute or something that could just be about whatever. It's pretty entertaining, you know? Rich Rod's like, stop, it's great. It's the best. Slipknot Twitter trolls. Didn't they actually make a song about that? I think they have a real song about that called hold on. I'm not kidding. I don't know if it's specifically about Twitter trolls. It's about like internet. Let me see. What's it called? Does anybody know what song I'm talking about? It was off their latest album. I just can't find it for some reason. Hold on. I think it's called Hive Mind. Yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure that song. I haven't looked into the actual meaning of the lyrics, but I'm fairly certain that's about the internet and social media. The lyrics are, rise, we're going to need another witness just like you. Surprise. You better pull the hood off. You'll be lucky to tear the place down. Then you're gone for good. Scorched earth is your favorite sacred ground. Turn away if you know you want to stay, but you're never going to like what's left of me. When the caress is down and the predator's around, you got to play dead if you want to run free. You're such a tortured soul, but I don't want to hear about it. You say you're not involved, but all you do is think about it. Go bless the shit where you belong for your own information, for your own entertainment. This hell comes to you live, and if you need some assistance, a little time to convince it, dial in your sordid hive mind. Yeah, it's 100% about. It has to be a commentary on that. But all right, guys, we went for like another damn near 15 minutes here, but I was gonna do reps, but I'm gonna be honest, I could not do reps with that song playing. There's no way I could sit there and seriously try to do reps. You know, hearing a song about MBGs like stomping people or some shit. Rich Rod says he's cooking. Oh my god, Rich Rod, what are you doing? What are you doing to me, man? I think one more song for Friday, end of a Friday stream. Hold that single membership. Hold. Do reps with the first AI song Rich sends. Do some squats in the meantime. Rich says stand by. Ray, I don't know if you're still in the chat. Ray may have to post the link, though. No, I know. I was just talking to Mrs. MBG. Ray says to post that link. Actually, I think I can go on his profile. No tracks or playlists yet, though. Dick Rod. That first song was really a banger, though. I'm curious to see what else he cooks up. Got the AI artist, you know. This is I had so many concerns about AI. I was so critical of it, and yet here we are. The MGS Delta one went the hardest. Oh, I don't think we listened to that one. Wait, Wes. Did we listen to that one? I don't think we did. You're saying that one went the hardest, though. Where did Rich post that one? Rich, give me your twiddle. Give me your twiddle. Give me your Twitter handle one more time. Have a good weekend pushing polygons. Yeah, I'm going to play one more song and head out of here, man. Thank you so much for the support, bro. Hopefully I'll see you back here on Sunday. Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Ray. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's see. Lost respect.
Lost soul, more like lost plot. Promised fire, delivered rot. PlayStation dreams now shattered glass. Hyped us up, then fell flat on it. Not all pass. And big gangsters, they roll deep. You woke the beast, now hear us speak. 40 out of 100, that's your throw. expectations high, but you fed us scraps, served us dry. Look so sweet in the teaser frames. Reality hit, you're just playing games. MB fam deserve that shine, but your fake hustle crossed the line. Hopes were gold and dreams were right. Served us dry. Left you alone. We gave you love, you gave us lies. Lost always I lost respect, goodbye. 40 out of 100, that's your throne. Respect parent, left you alone. We gave you love, you gave us lies. Lost always I lost respect, goodbye. Glitches, bugs, a broken shell dragged us straight through gaming hell. You had the crown, but dropped the ball. Now MB gangsters watch you fall. Gangsters watch you fall.
All right. Hold on though. All right, we got one more. Last one.
Hideo Kojima, once a legend, now a joke. Back when games were real, when men were men,
Is this not the one you guys were asking for? Hell Divers.
Xbox and Xbox will never have a console again. And that's exactly what they deserve. Xbox with no access to a PlayStation. And that's exactly what they deserve. Xbox and Xbox will never have a console again. Xbox, and that's exactly what they deserve. Xbox
Rich, this is
with
from
no
today.
access to a PlayStation. Xbox, and that's exactly what they deserve.
I think. Are you guys talking about this one?
Stupid Herman ran it into
Wes.
the ground.
Wes, I can't see what you tagged me in.
Stupid Herman ran it into the ground. Stupid
No, do not fucking tag Herman Hulst in this. Do not tag Herman Hulst.
looks like a
I swear to God, guys.
Have they betrayed us?
I swear to God, bro.
Have they betrayed us?
We need a
They betrayed us.
hold on. We need a we do need one about Jim Ryan. Hold on though. Bro, you tagged the wrong MBG, Wes. That guy's gonna be like, what the fuck? What? All right. All right, guys, that's it. I gotta wrap it up. Holy shit. We need a Blue Box song. We need a Jim Ryan song. Pretty good though. Yeah, Wes, I can't. If you're sending me the link to the song, I did find that, but all right, guys, that's it. I'm ending the stream. I already did my outro. You know the deal. Hit the like button. Thank you for getting us to 52 reps or 52 members, so we could do reps. You're gonna make one about GameStop too. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, some of them are really good, but. All right, guys, enjoy the rest of your day. We'll be back here hopefully on Sunday. So I will catch you then. All right, guys. That's it. Until next time, take care. Oh my God. I've allowed these streams to get totally out of control.